Hello everyone, I'm a clown. I'm the clown prince of being very tired. Why are we here still? Yeah, this entire game is a clown moment. How do we still have like 2 main routes to go through? Why are we stuck here? Anyway, just for the record, I'm gonna come out and say it. So I took another hour because I hate myself to get to the same part of the Route A where we were before we moved to Route B, changing some of my choices so I would have enough relationship points with everyone to get more or less everything. Like, for the record, I finished getting to Route A and I had all of the rapport events with Haesiang, even though I didn't get the prompt for Route B. Like, I didn't do 1 or 2 things that were necessary for Route B, and that basically puts you on Route A no matter what. But it still keeps like your relationship at cap. So if my sanity looks good, it's because of all of those rapport events open it. Because oh boy, I just went and talked to everyone again and it was bad. Anyway, I need to call this asshole.
괜찮아?
No.
아니.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I don't want to be here.
당연히 그렇겠지. 형도 혼란스럽겠지만. 어지러워. 서 있는데도. 아까 전까지만 해도 얘기를 했었어. 혜성이랑. 대체 어떻게 된 거지? 우린 또 어떻게 되는 거지? 나갈 수 있어. 살아서. 혜성이가 누구인지도 모를 것한테 저렇게 됐어. S 승연이 진짜 여기 있기라도 한 거라면 이 시점에서 결론을 내릴 순 없어. 그치만 생각을 멈추면 흘러가는 대로 따라가 버리게 돼. 그때는 다 같이 위험에 처할지도 모르잖아. 조금 진정이 돼? 조금 더 힘내볼게.
Okay, and is there... I'm supposed to irritate you, buddy. Please don't ignore my message. Knock knock. Knock knock. Hello. Knock knock. Boy, I'm here to help you. If you keep ditching me, I'll keep hissing at ya. Sorry, that was corny, but hey, come on, answer me. Okay. That's from this part. Okay. And you guys haven't, like, written everything this entire time. Okay. Let's see what's on Twitter. I mean, father. Huh? Do you have stuff Chinese? Not what I think. Can you enter the room? Do you? Or singing is an asshole. The Sultans wanted to get involved in everything and saying without thought. Well, she tried to look cool, but later I found out he was simply dim with it. Hey! It would have been better if she had stayed in Beloved, and then she would have changed the group concept to her liking after releasing a few more albums. And she left the group, she consequently wasted a lot of time. She's looking good here. Did she have to go to Easters in the first place? These fans are suing LOL on what charges? Destination. Send you into your next letter you feel. You must feel great now you capture a little attention as you wish. And do you have to be a dick? Like, why is everybody in this goddamn game a dick? You know, I said something about it. Oof. You are a Sinyan, aren't you? You're just acting like the troll. You wish I was, because then that person wouldn't be dead. Well, not that it has anything to do with that. You rated advanced to the viewed because you couldn't be in the spotlight if the genre is changed. Now you're about to be eliminated from the competition. So you're using this incident to destroy vistas and step on the other contestants. Well, I wanted to have their way. Okay, no more mentions. Really, that's all? Oh. I was expecting at least one more thing. I didn't think Hyuk would fail.
아무래도
Yes, I was hoping you would talk him out of it.
그러고 보니
When I saw him his next post, he seemed more agitated.
그랬었는데
When I went there, based on my judgment, he would have rejected everything except for resignations from the audition.
아무래도
Hugo always says the right thing. He wouldn't suck up to anyone. You nodded with a worried look on her face.
그렇다고 해서
Regardless, I can't accept the situation. What happened to Seung-young was an accident, but Hye-seung's case was apparently...
알잖아요.
Don't think too deeply. As you say, let's get our order of events straight.
그래
Yeah, we better focus on that, otherwise I might hyperventilate again. I don't want that to happen.
그때
Ina seemed very adamant.
네.
She wouldn't listen. She chose not to follow her several times. You nodded on pause for a moment.
그러고 보니
Did she have to go after him so hurriedly?
그건
Ina seemed to have been annoyed by Hye-seung's post. She went after him right away as soon as she saw the post. He took time to look at Ina. Ina was quietly staring at the crumbled exit. We should have a reason, but let's not make false assumptions.
그치만
But I'm still worried. Ina tends to act on her own behalf without discussing with us.
아시잖아요.
That's just how she is, you know?
맞아
Yeah, that's true. A woman in action. Ying's face turned grim again. In a normal situation, we would have worried anything about her, but at a time like this, she could be pushed into a corner.
확실히
That's when I started to feel sick.
그게
When the drama occurred after Ina left. Yes, but it wasn't that serious. After that, Sil went after Ina. The three of us remained on the stage, me, Hyuk, and you.
그랬었는데
While talking with Hyuk, I realized you were gone. Hyuk uncovered her pale face with the palms of her hands.
결국
I eventually hyperventilated and things got worse. Normally I can control it to a certain degree,
근데
but last time it happened so fast and felt so serious. I'm sorry, you had no clue.
아니야
No, I didn't even have time to explain. If I had tried to say anything, I would have had a seizure.
그래도
But I was so surprised you disappeared so suddenly. I'm sorry about that. Next time it happens, I'll let you know somehow. Huh? I was just a bit nauseous until the tremor occurred. And as Sun-young... Young gulped and continued. As Sun-young wrote a comment on Hye-seung's post. When I saw it, my heart began to pound and my limbs started to hurt. I was already heavily panting. I could sense it was going to be serious. You indeed saved your own life. Young tossed her hair back and her pale face glowed.
난
Yeah, if that was the first time it had happened to me, I might have passed out. But now I know how to deal with it better than before. I knew you were a burden with your own problems, so I... Oh dear, you're not a burden to us. I feel terribly sorry. I didn't want to worry you, but in the end I made you even more worried. Trigger. It was urgent to tell all this about her condition.
그건
Like I said, I left the stage when I began to hyperventilate.
혹시
Could you be more specific?
알겠어.
Yes. Ying's eye moved as she was recalling the instant.
들어봐.
You and he were busy talking about something. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid of what might happen if I opened my mouth.
그래서
That's why you left the stage.
그래.
I went to the open area before the door of the central corridor. I found a spot to catch my breath.
그게
The place wasn't all that
내
peaceful.
생각엔
That's not what I mean. I wasn't looking for a peaceful place, I was looking for a place where I could calm my symptoms. I have no medication right now, so I had to control myself by any means. Yun awkwardly took a step back. When I barely managed to put myself together, Ina and Sales were standing before me. Yeah, how are they feeling?
혹시
How are they feeling? Neither of them got to see Hesian.
그건
Ina looked very confused. Ciel seemed relieved for finding her. Ciel didn't go to look for him in the first place. Yes, he seemed surprised to see me out of there. You noticed slightly and seen her posture.
그때
I told them briefly about what happened and came back to you guys with them.
그래서
After that, we all went together to discover that he was... Was there anything strange when you were out there?
그게
Well... Young stroked her hair with a troubled look on her face. I was just focusing on catching my breath until I met Ina and Ciel. Wouldn't have noticed something as if... I wouldn't have even noticed if someone had said something while standing right next to me. So bad it gets when it's really serious. Okay. You got her right on the door to the central corridor. Then she ran into Ina and Ciel coming out of the central corridor, then went back to the stage with them.
도대체
How could they say that? Hesian was on the verge of breaking down. You can't blame him for responding to them. It's already difficult getting stuck in here and waiting for the rescue team to arrive. Yun dropped her head and bit her lips. Yun could see her pale lips behind her hair.
그럴지도
Even if we respond, we'll run amok anyway.
아무래도
This is a confusion Hesian Young wants to create for us. At this point, we don't have time to argue with them or anywhere we could turn up.
그러니까
We'll just have to endure their attack. Young slurred her last word and trembled. If people find out what happened to Hesian, Hesian will gain a vast number of believers. I don't think it's gonna go that bad, but
어떻게
I believe I'm the one who last saw him. Yeah, probably because you're the one who killed him.
혹시
If you don't mind, can you tell me again what happened when you came out? He frowned a little as if he was trying to concentrate.
그랬지.
Okay, I talked with Hesian in the dressing room. First he talked about the scholarship, after that he talked about my father. I thought he was going too far with this. I told him he should stop and go back with me, but he wouldn't listen.
맞아.
Right, that's when what you told me earlier.
그리고
And he kept checking father while we were talking. I think that went on during the whole time I was in the room. I think he was starting with Esenian. He kept posting comments even after you left.
그게
If you check what time it was, you should be able to figure out roughly how long we had been talking.
그래.
I think Spurs came up after you came back. I should check it. The two checked the watch for a moment. After I arrived, I started talking with him at about 1:25 a.m. And I think it ended around 1:30 a.m.
몰랐어.
Is that it? I thought it was longer.
저기
Do you have regrets? You seem to. You didn't expect that to be your last encounter with him. Hugo nodded after a brief silence.
어쩌면
If I had been more insistent, he might still be alive. I can't believe I gave up only after 5 minutes.
아니야.
You're not the only one. I have my own regrets. According to other people, we were the only ones who saw Hesiang before he died.
대체
Why on earth would someone do such a thing? I can't believe his patter post became his last words. He would have never imagined. Okay, that's his trace. 1.
그랬지.
Ina went after me. She
그랬지.
left right after you came back. I would have to talk to Ina to find out how long the term was. He quietly stroked his chin.
그리고
After that, Sale left, and then Young,
결국
which means we all left the stage at once. He lowered his hand. You should be able to figure it out when you are done talking with everyone.
그래.
Hopefully. That is if everyone's telling the truth. That too, I just hope everyone will be honest with me.
그래.
You'll sort
그럼-
it out when you're done talking. If there's a lie, you'll find the inconsistency. Yeah, it's almost like you're doing this on purpose because you want me to find out the inconsistency.
안 되겠어.
The time between tremors is getting shorter. We can only hope the stage holds out. The two stared at the ceiling nervously.
뭘 할까?
Why don't we check out who was on the move during the tremor? Okay, let me think. Once after you went to see Hesiang, another one after you came back when everyone was here.
그랬지.
That was when Ina left. And then there was another one, this is when Sale left. Yuga with eyes closed nodded after listening to Duyin.
그리고
Yuga disappeared around this time.
맞아.
We all felt the tremors at the same time, so we could reconstruct the flow based on those. Let's start with the others first.
혹시
When exactly did Eugene disappear? Wait, I'll check the time I was trying to make the call. Dion checked his smartwatch. 1:52 a.m. Dion showed the watch screen to Hyuk. That's after Sale left. I made a call while looking for Yu Young. The others came back when we were still struggling to make contact. Everyone including Yu Young, Ina, and Sale. Nothing sus.
글쎄.
Nothing special comes to mind. There's only one passage anyway, it's either here or there.
그래.
Right, there's nothing
그럼-
wrong with them coming back together. And we all had to move one by one because that's what Hessian wanted it. Yug stared at the door in the distance while rubbing his chin. If you're trying to look for things that are fishy, it will never end. We're all threatened and we all left the stage at once.
그치만
But think about it. Hessian was already in last place, he was bluffing, and the statements made through Father were getting discredited.
맞아.
That's true. We have nothing to protect by hurting someone else.
도윤아,
It's scary, but we need to keep her cool. That is, if we want to make it out of here in one piece. The One Piece, it's real.
나도
I was worried sick because she disappeared all of a sudden.
그래.
It's a good thing we find her quickly.
아무래도
We should have paid more attention to her. Things were crazy in here and out there, and we were busy trying to deal with it. I just stared at Yu, who was standing on the other side. What I know is that she's always been a dependable person. That's why I forget sometimes about the illness she's been suppressing so hard.
그래도
Received treatment and she knows how to overcome it. But we're not in an ordinary situation. She's okay this time, but I should keep watching her. I think there's a certain place where she can calm herself down when the symptoms occurs.
그래야겠지.
I'll pay more attention. She might not tell us and disappear like last time. We wouldn't know if she doesn't tell us.
그게
Suppose that Go Yuying was a problem too, but Seong-yoon targeted you after then.
아니야.
Did they think they were done with Haseong? The post was uploaded at Daisha moved onto the post mentioning Duyun. 1:50 a.m.
그건
That was after Ina left when the second tremor occurred. Seong-yoon's post. Seong wrote in their post that they were done talking to Haseong.
잠깐만.
Then maybe Seong-yoon is really... He shook his head after a brief pause.
아니야.
Haseong wasn't the only one that Seong-yoon provoked. They had been throwing all kinds of comments towards the rest of the group. It was just a coincidence in timing. No one knows about the situation in here except for us.
그래.
Right, it's a coincidence. I should have let it get to me. Seong-yoon had to do something since it built up everyone's expectations.
맞아.
You're right, we shouldn't fall for it. He nodded and took a step forward. Their only goal is probably confusing us in the chaos. I won't let that happen.
맞아.
Yeah, especially because we know that it's you. Like, Hyuk, we know that you did it. We shouldn't let them get to us like they did with Haseong. He left the stage by himself and locked himself in the dressing room and suffered a misfortune.
괜찮아.
Don't worry, I'm staying with you guys. You could clench Duyun's arm.
그래.
Yes, we'll figure out a way to explain it. For now, we should focus on sorting out the timing. I think just next target, okay.
그치만
I was really surprised. I thought you and Hyuk would have been able to talk him out of it. I'm sorry.
아니야.
I wasn't blaming you, I'm the one who showed poor judgment. I can't believe he went crazy on fire after talking to you guys. Ina shook her hair gently rustled when she shook her head.
어쨌든
Anyhow, you two came back to the stage and stayed there. Until Young and I left the stage once, right?
그래.
That's about right. My head hurts. I want to delve into our whereabouts, but then I feel like ignoring the whole thing.
일단 해보자.
I'll try to figure out the details.
그래.
Yeah, that sounds like the right decision. Ina put her hands on the sides of her hair and pushed them up. Maybe I'm scared to dig in any deeper.
왜 그래?
Everyone saw me when I left. I was pretty loud, you know?
그게
You told us not to follow you.
아니 잠깐.
Because you and Hugh went by yourself. I didn't think he would open the door if we all went together.
으이,
I
진짜.
was going to grab him at the collar. But
그게
I felt intimidated when I reached the central corridor. So I tiptoed until I reached the dressing room. Ina frowned and moved her eyes. I called Haseon in front of the door, but there was no answer.
그래서
So did you go in?
아니야.
No, I just couldn't. I called out his name a few more times and then waited. I was basically camping there right before the door. Because I was a bit afraid to enter. Uh-huh. I waited in the front of the door for a few moments. I was waiting there for his response and then the tremor came shaking the corridor. The tremor also reached the stage.
그렇다니까.
No doubt it did. It was scary as all hell. After they died out, I got the courage to actually open the door.
그러면
You were in the center corridor up until then? My destination was the dressing room. Where else would I go? I turned the doorknob and to my surprise, it wasn't locked. Ina picked up her jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Bits of sweat rolled down her neck.
그게
So I went in and Haseon wasn't there. I had goosebumps for some reason. The dressing room was empty.
그래서
And what happened next? My head began to spin. It was all so complicated. That's when I started to wonder if he was hiding somewhere.
어?
Hiding somewhere? Why?
그게 아니면
Well, he said he was going to be there, but he wasn't. I wonder if I should be looking for him. The door was unlocked. She was such a poor thing. To be honest, I was really scared at first. When I opened the door and entered the stage, there was something in front of the door. I was so scared that I almost screamed. Ina dropped her head and stared at her feet.
그게
So that was Yu Young. She was catching her breath with one hand on the wall. Did she look okay?
그래도
She seemed relaxed, although her face was pale. Ina suddenly raised her head and stared at Do-yoon. It was a mess. Everybody was focused on themselves. It seemed that Yu-yoon wasn't able to suppress her symptoms.
그래.
It's a good thing she knew how to control herself, though.
그러니까
I know, right? If I had been able, if it had been a serious seizure, I can't even imagine the things she might have had to go through.
으이, 진짜
We should have paid more attention to her. I'm sorry, I'm just glad she came back safely. To be honest, it's too late to even say this. I just left when everybody tried to stop me. I think I helped aggravate Yu Young's condition. Ina covered one of her cheeks with her hand and closed her eyes. Yu Young could read the sense of regret from her closed mouth. It was complicated. We couldn't have resolved it easily.
맞아.
Nah, it's much worse than before. I'll take better care of her from now on.
그래.
Right, it would be really dangerous to lose track of her again at a time like this. Ina slowly surveyed the corridor. Her gaze came back to Do-yoon's face. Accidents are not the only thing we have to be aware of. Someone could be hiding somewhere watching us.
괜찮아?
Ina, are you okay? Nope, but what can we do? They seemed determined when they wrote the post. Young was also surprised when she saw the post.
야,
Who wouldn't be? We've already seen the outcome, right? Ina grabbed Do-yoon's shoulder while she was talking. Seriously, Young could be anywhere in this building.
저기
Already told you we can't have a secondary account.
야,
No, Joss, I guess there's someone else in here. Ina surveyed the corridor with a bewildered look on her face. I really don't know where they came from or where they went, but it's dark and there are pieces of debris everywhere. Yoon covered his mouth with a grim look on his face. To be honest, I have no clue.
당연하지.
Oh, would you? It's not like we have a detector or anything. Forget it. We should be okay as long as we don't let our guard down. We're not going to let them have it their way.
그런 거야?
You want a clearly arranged timeline. Let's see, after seeing Hession's post, I went to the dressing room.
그랬지.
After waiting a bit before the door, you eventually went into the room and you felt bad to find nobody there.
뭐?
I was actually scared. Ina awkwardly corrected her expression. It seemed that she didn't want to sound aggressive. I replaced bad with scared, got it? Upset or frightened is all the same. I mean, depending on the situation, I would argue, yeah.
올해도
Well, you were scared. What changed the wording? What's the big deal?
아니거든.
That came out wrong. It's not like I kicked the door open and barged in. I don't want to mislead you. Ina mumbled to herself while trying to avoid Dooyun's gaze.
야,
Hey, we should focus on figuring out exactly when I entered the dressing room.
그랬지.
Right, and let's start from the moment you left the stage.
그래.
Okay, hurry up before I forget. Dooyun opened the watch to read Hession's post. After Hyun came back, Hession's post came up at 1:40 a.m. I went right after seeing it. I must have arrived at the dressing room at around 1:43 a.m.
그럼
Then, I entered the dressing room after the tremor. Can you get the picture now? Now. 4 now or 3 now? Why don't you just hurry up? Huh? I thought I must find Haitian as soon as I found the room empty.
알잖아.
It is dangerous. You should have at least called us.
그거는
There weren't many places he could go to, so I thought I would find him soon. Ina spoke while glancing at the tone poster. I came right out of there and went straight to the staff corridor. I checked another door inside the room to see if I could get in, but it didn't budge.
그럼
Then I guess there was only one passage. Apparently.
그래.
Yes, you have to go out of the corridor to enter there. Only one door to the staff corridor. Ina knitted her brows while nodding her head.
한도윤,
What's this, Zuyan?
설마
Why are you asking me like you already know everything? Are you suspecting me? I mean, everybody is a suspect when I'm the detective.
알잖아.
I'm just sorting out the thoughts. Everyone went through this. Then why don't you show it? Instead of looking like you're going for a kill. Ina lowered her arms that went akimbo. What? Ian covered himself and thrusted his palms toward her. Look at the situation. We don't even know who did this.
그럼
Fine, then can you continue? Ina frowned and focused on her account.
하여튼
Anyhow, Hesian was not in the staff corridor either. After finding nothing, I came out and happened to meet up with Ciel there.
그랬어.
After another tremor, he went looking for you. Yeah, we don't remember that. He said for our safety we should get out of there. You checked the resting room, second corridor, and staff corridor. I felt leery when I found out that the staff corridor was empty too. It was strange when I came out since I met someone.
도윤이 형,
He went after you.
그랬지.
He came back when I was almost done talking with the others.
네.
I think it lasted for over 5 minutes. He failed to persuade him and Hessian began to go wild. Hessian pulled down at his hair. That's not Hessian. Hessian is dead. Ciel. Still openly showed his hatred toward Hessian. He might not have expected this kind of ending.
그치만
What's the point of checking everyone's whereabouts?
아마도
If we're vague about our whereabouts, the tension might grow. I'm afraid someone might get cornered. Of course, there is no attacker among us. There's no imposter among us. Wait, no, there should be. And that should be the normal conclusion. You're right, but it will help us here when the incident happened at least.
그러니까요.
I was saying that was pointless. Still shook his head while mumbling something to himself.
사실은
Maybe this is how I see it. What do you mean? He might still be alive if you or he was able to persuade him and bring him out of there. That's true. And maybe you're talking about an alibi and all, so that you'll feel less guilty. That's not what I'm doing. You shouldn't create a schism within the group. We should assume that Esenian is the attacker. It fits the frame now. We won't suspect one another at least. What I'm saying is that we should all hate a single target. It's so difficult.
그리고
Ina went after Hyuk.
그랬었지.
You left right after reading Hessian's latest
네.
post. He looked like he had nothing to lose. I can understand why Ina was angry. I told her it was dangerous by herself,
그러니까요.
although I'm not sure if it was necessary for her to go when everybody tried to stop her. Aside from everything, the narrow corridor could collapse if more tremors occur. Ciel stared at the other side of the central corridor. He clicked his tongue after staring at it for a moment. Why did he have to hide in there by himself?
맞아.
He seemed desperate, although he made the wrong choice.
맞아요.
Very wrong. Just what on earth happened? The only thing we can figure out is the sequence. Who, where, and when, and the arguments. Still let out a look sigh. His expression showed more thought than anger.
말하자면
This really is a survival audition. And Hessian dropped out of it. Dude,
알잖아.
I can't just dismiss him like that.
네.
Of course not. I'm sure somebody's getting a kick at the sight of this mess.
그게요.
I went straight to the dressing room. I didn't have time to check other places.
그러면
You go in right after arriving there?
네.
Yes, the door was open. He drew his eyebrows together as if to trace back the memory. He closed his eyes for a moment and continued.
그치만
No one was there. No Hessian or Ina. He must have been confused.
그런 편이죠.
I felt drained, wondering where they were.
그러면
Did you come out right away?
아니요.
No, I had to wait there for a moment. I thought about the places they could go to.
그럼
That's possible. How long were you there?
모르겠어요.
I'm not sure for how long. Phil tilted his head and answered, but soon dropped his head as if something had come to mind. Ah, boy. Look, I know that is Hugh. Okay, I know that is him. I wasn't wearing a watch like the others. If you checked with other people, you should be able to calculate the time. Huh?
그런데요.
But how could she disappear like that without even a word?
그랬지.
It was a surprise.
그게요.
That doesn't sound like the hair that we know of.
그래도
I admire her for enduring it this far. The stage collapsed and she saw two dead bodies. She's a strong person. Still glanced at Yu Young on the other side. It wasn't easy to read her face, but she certainly didn't look at ease.
아무래도요.
She couldn't even pack her medication. She must have been scared.
맞아.
She said it herself that she could barely talk. I hope the rescue team arrives before things get worse. Stella adjusted his glasses. His eyes were looking straight at Duyun's face.
그러니까요.
So it's dangerous to create a commotion within the group.
아니야.
It's not my intention to create conflicts. But you might end up crossing the line. We're not detectives, prosecutors, or judges.
근데
Well, it
그게-
was a mixed situation. I'm glad she figured out a way to suppress it.
그랬었지.
But I was very worried when she suddenly disappeared.
그렇다는 건
She could only focus on herself, calming herself down.
그래도
Still, it was dangerous. Already twice a lot. Yuyun didn't know what still meant at first.
그게요.
I'm saying Yuyun disappeared twice. Once before we discovered Xian Young, and this is the second time. I'll have to pay closer attention. The tremors are an ongoing thing right now. Gil had a worried look on his face. To be honest, I was mostly worried about Yuyun.
그래도
If it's because of the panic attack, she knows how to control herself.
인정해요.
Yes, it's a relief. But it was the other people who are getting themselves in trouble.
한마디로
I'm sure anyone would have had a breakdown. Things couldn't have gotten any worse if than they already were. Plus, the things they said came true.
어때?
Do you think Xianyan is responsible? Still hesitated for a moment. Yuyun soon knew that that's not it. Ugh, I can't read. God, I'm so sleepy. I guess that's what I want to believe. If it wasn't Xianyan, we're in serious trouble. This time, Yuyun didn't know what to say.
서해성
Xianyan attacked everyone and Hessian was infuriated. He was already the last rank and he was digging his own grave anyway. But the contestant had no reason whatsoever to hurt him.
그럴지도.
Maybe. That was awkward. I'm the only one who's not a contestant. But it wasn't me, which means he's not one of us. We have no choice but to look somewhere else.
그 말은
At first, the dressing room door was closed.
그랬어.
That's why it was when Yu and I went to see him. Why did he act in that way if he was going to open it anyway? Still shook his head and kicked on the floor with the back of his shoes.
근데
I
그게
went right away, but Ina wasn't in the dressing room. She could look for him, but the staff corridor was dangerous too. I'm just glad she came out safely. I know Ina didn't want anyone following her, but still, she was so adamant about it. Yuyun unknowingly stared at Ina.
도윤이 형
Yuyun, she's not the one.
혹시
If you're talking about Hessian, I never said she was. I'm just saying if there's any doubts. There isn't. I'm glad then. Why are you like this? So, like, why are you like this?
그렇다는 건
Hesian was absent since then, I guess.
그런 것 같아.
Hina seemed to have felt bewildered.
그런
Then she should have immediately come back to the stage. You two came back right after meeting each other.
네.
It wasn't easy to convince her, but I managed to do so. Through his thumbnail with his index finger. There was a brief silence. I don't think I'm in a position to tell her what to do.
그래도
You're a staff member, I think you could talk to her.
전혀요.
There are titles like floor director and assistant, but there's a level to these titles.
Hmm?
A level? Yes, there are different levels to identical titles. I'm just a servant. Yun has obviously felt that level before. Maybe Do-Yun was also taking advantage of that structure. I mean, not in this moment, I feel. I feel like this is a bad moment to bring that up. I'm so sleepy. I'm a sleepy. This game just makes me sleepy. It was seem right for him to throw a casual comment about it now. You're quiet. Are you acknowledging the existence of the devil?
아니야.
No, that's... It's okay. It's not like I was testing you or anything. I'm well aware of my place. I'm just glad Ina came out safely.
그리고
I left after the second tremor came.
그랬었지.
I went into the dressing room just to find it empty.
그래요.
And I already told you that I stayed in the room for a moment. Seal rolled his eyes as if to search his memory. Dayon waited for a second and asked the question. Didn't you feel anyone else's presence? It wasn't all that quiet in there, but
전혀요.
I'm sure there was no sound.
그럼
Did you wait until Ina came?
그렇죠.
Of course, I wasn't sure if I should come out of there immediately. I had no way of contacting her. I checked the door inside the dressing room, but it was locked as I had expected.
Hmm?
The door that's connected to center staff corridor.
그렇다니까요.
It wouldn't budge. I think the door got stuck on the wall. So I pretended to turn the doorknob.
그리고
We got out of there after some time because it didn't seem wise to be staying there. Then I found Ina in the central corridor.
어?
So I guess you weren't looking for her when you met her.
맞아요.
You're right. Wait, really? But, I was glad because I could have missed her. And that's how you came back to stage together. It was dark and narrow, so we got out of there quickly. At the time, we actually thought Hession might have come back to the stage after he got tired of throwing fits.
내 참.
I can't believe Seth followed me to the dressing room when I didn't ask him.
그랬었지.
I'm sure he was surprised too because the dressing room was empty. Ina scratched the back of her neck.
혹시
Why didn't he yell out my name or something? I could have heard him from the staff corridor.
글쎄.
That probably didn't cross his mind at the time.
아니 잠깐.
Come to think of it, someone could have been hiding there. I kept lying low, and that saved me from harm, I guess. Ina raised her gaze to check the ceiling. We wouldn't want the ceiling to collapse.
혹시
What else did he say?
응?
Who else?
그랬었는데.
He said he came back to this place after checking out the dressing room first. Yeah, he did. It kind of fits the frame. Ina said she was waiting at first because she thought the door was locked.
아무래도
When I first got there, the door was locked. Me too. He opened it when I called out for him.
그런데
I heard him locking the door when I came out. I guess he left it open when he got out of the dressing room. The two dropped their heads and pondered for a moment.
하여튼
I think she went out and looked for him for some time, but he would have to hear it from her.
일단 해보자.
What's for sure is that Hesiod left the dressing room during the time when you came back and Ina got there.
그래.
Right, and we're not sure as to why he left. We're not even sure if he left out of his own will. Are you implying you did something, honey?
그랬지.
Ina said the dressing room was empty when she went in,
아마도
which means she got there after Hesiod left.
그럴 거야.
I can understand why she was confused. Confusion. Hugo knitted his brows as if he was trying to recall the central corridor. This is accessible from the corridor, the dressing room, restroom, and staff corridor. The dressing room should be excluded since it was the starting point.
그럼
That leaves the staff corridor and restroom.
애매한데.
She would have felt uncomfortable about entering the restroom. Maybe it's a good thing she didn't go there. You could stop for a moment.
그래.
I agree. If Ina went in and encountered the attacker, it's a good thing she came out right away after meeting with Seal.
어쨌든
I guess Seal was confused too. The
그랬었지.
door was open, but no one was in there. By the time Hesiod was already... Hugo slowly nodded while staring at Duyun.
솔직히
Nobody would have expected it at the time.
그랬지.
So sometimes Seal came out and met Ina and came back immediately. It's a good thing he did that. Duyun also nodded slowly. Oh god, this never ends. Like, I wish the game like allowed you to just blame Hyuk for everything already. Like, it's very obvious that he's here, that is him at this point.
맞아.
The person who attacked Hesiod might have been waiting for Sel or Ina to be alone. They met each other quickly.
결국
Consequently, they protected each other, although they weren't aware at the time.
그때
Hesiod had already left the dressing room at the time.
그럴지도.
Ina wouldn't have known until she opened the door. I guess that's why she waited. She must have felt confused when there was no answer. Yeah, she seemed to have something she wanted to say to him. Young let out a deep sigh. There was a slight quiver to her breathing. Maybe he was still alive at the time. Well, no, if we talk about it, if we talk about it some more. Yeah, but you should be careful. If the incident happened when we were in the central corridor. Young shook her head. I might feel more guilty.
맞아요.
You might feel like you allowed this to happen.
누나
And you should remember, you should know how to handle the pressure at times like this. We need to pull ourselves together somehow until the rescue team arrives.
그렇구나.
So Ina opened the door after the trauma occurred.
맞아요.
That's when she realized that Hesiod wasn't there.
왜였을까?
Do you think there was an incident where he had to leave the dressing room?
글쎄요.
Maybe he just wanted to go to the restroom.
그래.
There's a possibility he wasn't expecting her. Maybe he was at the restroom when he got ambushed. Yoon fell silent after mumbling something to herself for a while. Pets of sweat stood on the tip of her nose. And he was neglected there as if... We'll know the time when we talk about it. Ina thought Hesiod was hiding somewhere. She might have met him if she went to the restroom. It could have been him or whoever that attacked him. Maybe it's a good thing she came back before that happened. We can't lose Ina.
그런가?
You still go straight to the dressing room?
그랬었는데.
Yes, he went after Ina.
근데
Well, the dressing room was empty. He said he was standing there for a moment out of confusion. He must have been confused as to whether he should come out and look for her away there. He even thought about Steele's account for a moment. He had no way of contacting us.
그러니까
Yes, thank God nothing happened. He went by himself and he didn't even have a way to contact us. Yoon stopped in the middle of her sentence. Or maybe it was safe for them because there were two people in the corridor.
맞아요.
Maybe you're right. The attacker could have been looking for another chance. Consequently, they protected each other. Okay, let's save. So sleepy. My relationships. Everyone look very tired.
막상 각이 나오는지 모르겠네.
글쎄, 어떤 것 같아, 도윤아?
Ian tried to sort out his thoughts. All the stories danced around in his head.
그게
He lowered his head and found his watch blinking. Stay strong. I hope you're just ignoring my messages rather than not being in a condition to see these. Thank you, plug hole. Ian couldn't help but nod. He needed to focus. Vagueness only creates anxiety.
우리가 다 아는 사실은 하나예요. 혜성이가 화장실에서 누군가한테 습격을 당했다는 것. 분장실에서 제 발로 화장실까지 간 것 같고요. 먼저 분장실에서 화장실로 간 시점을 짚어볼까요?
Yeah, nodded.
좋아요. 그럼
He has a thinking face. Then...
규혁이 형은 분장실에서 혜성이를 설득하다 실패했어요. 맞춰보면 대략 새벽 1시 25분에서 30분, 5분 남짓이었고요.
하자는 대로 안 할 걸 아니까 바로 쫓아내버렸어.
혜성이 그때까진 분장실에 있었던 거네.
형 오고 얼마 안 돼서 혜성이가 글을 올렸어요.
난 그거 보고 분장실로 갔고.
글은 1시 40분에 올라왔어.
난 중앙복도 통해서 분장실 앞까지 갔어.
그동안 혜성이는 전혀 못 봤댔지.
걔가 미적거렸으면 복도에서 만났든가 적어도 뒷공문이는 봤겠지.
혜성이가 분장실 뒷문을 쓴 건 아닐까?
거긴 안 열려. 확실해.
어디가 끼었는지 꿈쩍도 안 하죠.
그럼 화장실로 가는 길은 중앙복도를 가로지르는 것뿐이야.
길은 하나인데 이나나 세일이는 기척조차 못 느꼈어. 페이터 글 올렸을 때 혜성인 벌써 화장실에 있었던 건지도 몰라요. 그렇게 보면 혜성이가 움직인 시간이 대충 나와요. 얼추 1시 35분에서 40분 전까지.
Hessian moves. Has been ready to have moved from the resting room to the restroom between 1:35 and 1:40 a.m. The last provocative comment was probably posted from the restroom. I'm sweet. The sub nodded. Ina came forward.
나 분장실 비어서 스텝복도도 가보고 했잖아. 그 사이 중앙복도 비는 타이밍 없었나? 빠져나와 숨는다든지 할 기회.
And I look at Dooyeon. Everyone except Young used the central corridor. Let's put the events in order. When Hessian fell silent when he was discovered, to find the moment when the central corridor could have been empty.
혜성이가 확실히 분장실에 없었던 건 1시 40분 정도부터야. 우리가 혜성이를 발견한 건 새벽 2시고.
틈은 20분 정도인가?
짧진 않네. 그때 빈틈이 없었냐는 거야.
복도에 사람이 있을 땐 범인은 못 움직였겠죠. 대놓고 걸릴 테니깐.
그럼 얘기를 정리해볼게. 순서를 떠올리면 답을 낼 수 있을 거야.
Okay, so the order of events. It would have to be Inas. Seal then gets out. Ian disappears. And then the second. Yeah, 152. So that's the last one.
이나가 분장실 앞에 온 게 1시 40분 조금 넘어서야. 진동 일어나기 전까진 문 앞에서 조금 기다렸다고 했지.
그동안 중앙복도엔 쥐새끼 하나 없었어.
세일이는 진동 끝나고 바로 분장실로 갔지. 분장실에 가서 잠깐 머물렀다고 했어.
분장실 문이 열려 있더라고요. 들어갔을 때도 닫진 않았어요. 중앙복도에 인기척은 없었고요.
내가 스텝복도로 간 타이밍이겠지.
진동 뒤에 복도가 잠시 비었지만 기척은 없었다.
문도 열어놓은 상태였으면
사실상 틈이 없었다고 봐야겠네요.
영희 누난 이때쯤 상태가 크게 나빠졌어. S승연 글을 보고서 과호흡이 올라왔다고 했지.
알리고 말고 할 사이도 없었어. 무대에서 중앙복도로 가는 문 앞 공터로 갔어.
복도로 간 건 아니지만 순서로는 세일이 다음이었죠. 누나가 없어진 걸 알고 전화한 게 1시 52분이에요. 그 전부터 공터에 계셨던 거죠.
전화는 결국 안 터졌지?
그치만 다들 곧 돌아왔으니까.
복도 나오면서 언니를 만났어. 문 앞에 있었으니까.
이 시점에서 혜성이 빼고 전부 다시 모였어. 화장실 빼고 다 확인해 본 상태로. 전화가 52분이니 늦어도 55분에는 다 모인 거지. 그럼 이렇게 돼요. 1시 40분쯤 도착한 이나가 중앙복도에 있어요.
Okay, I'm gonna put the auto for a bit. Like,
진동이 일어나고 이나가 분장실로 들어가요. 바로 나와 스텝복도로 가죠. 직후에 세일이가 중앙복도로 왔고요. 영희 누난 얼마 뒤에 중앙복도로 가는 문 앞에 머물러 있어요. 말하자면 누나가 출구를 지키고 있던 셈이죠. 곧 이나랑 세일이가 중앙복도에서 마주쳐 무대로 오면서 누나를 만나요. 세 사람은 안으로 와 저랑 규혁이 형하고 합류했고요.
듣고 보니 틈이 거의 없잖아.
이나 씨랑 제가 왔다 갔다 한 때는 틈 아닌 걸로 쳐야겠죠.
범인은 언제 튄 거야 그럼?
화장실 도착하자마자 일치고 튀었을지도 몰라요.
다른 경우는 전부 다녀간 1시 55분 다음이야.
다시 들어와서 서혜성 찾은 게 2시. 5분 정도 틈인데.
okay, he says in the corridor. There were only two time periods where the attacker could have made an escape. The first was the time when Hesiod went to the restroom, to the point when Ina arrived at the central corridor. The second was the time from where everyone left the central corridor for the stage to the point where everyone came back.
그럼 쟤는 대체 언제 당한 거야?
화장실로 간 직후라고 생각해. 범인이 언제 빠져나갔는가하고는 다른 얘기야.
확신할 수 있을까? 그동안 화장실은 아무도 안 봤는데.
현장을 봤으니까요.
I mean, he was attacked with the mob.
혜성이를 공격한 무기는 100원짜리였어요. 두 동강이 날 정도로 세게 휘둘렀죠. 맞았을 때나 자루가 부러져 날아갔을 때 큰 소리가 났을 거예요. 이렇게 현장엔 큰 소리가 날 만한 단서들이 있었어.
아무도 그 소리를 못 들었다는 건
복도에 아무도 없었을 때란 말이네.
그래서 사람들 다니기 전이라고.
소리 얘기 아니어도 일리는 있어요. 서혜성이 멀쩡했으면 가만히 있었을 리가 없죠. 이미 당했기 때문에 조용했던 거예요.
Pretty silence came after Sale's remark.
화장실에 가자마자 당한 거면
페이터에 글 올린 것도 화장실에서 했을 거야.
그러다 습격당하고
잠깐만.
Ina raised her hand and came forward.
페이터 보고 조금 있다가 내가 여기로 왔잖아. 그럼 내가 분장실 문 앞에서 기다릴 때 범인도 화장실에 숨어 있었단 거야?
Maybe. Ina's voice trembled as she finished.
아니라고 보긴 힘들어.
서혜성을 청소칸에 숨기고 기다린 건가?
그러다 전부 복도를 나간 다음 도망친 거야.
Young quietly turned around and looked at Hyuk.
근데 우리 무대에서 모였다가 바로 여기로 왔잖아.
방마다 뒤져보다 화장실에 왔죠. 범인 비슷한 것도 못 봤어요.
우리가 다녀온 짧은 시간 동안 어디로 갈 수 있었을까? 다른 비밀 통로 같은 게 없다면.
With a worried look on her face, Hyuk took a deep breath.
범인은 무대 어딘가에 숨은 거야.
혜성이를 해치고 숨어 있다가 세 사람이 돌아올 때 따라서 무대로 나왔다고요?
그게 아니면 사라져버린 걸 해명할 수가 없어. 여긴 다 뒤져봤잖아.
잠깐만, 멈춰봐. 만약에 범인이 무대에 있다고 하면 우리 여기 있으면 안 되는 거 아니야?
문을 잠가버리기라도 하면
무대로 가보자.
You're so dramatic.
놀래라. 큰일 난 줄 알았네.
다른 수작을 부리진 않은 건가?
아이씨, 진짜.
Ina walked up to the stage.
이 미친놈아!
Oh, they put echo in
어디
her.
숨었어? 사람 죽이고 잠수 타면 나야?
The rest of the group stared at Ina in surprise.
뒤에서 통수 치지 말고 맞짱 떠, 새끼야!
Ma'am, calm down. There was no answer from the darkness beyond.
하늘로 날아갔어, 땅으로 꺼졌어. 뭐야 대체?
Ina frowned and looked into the distance.
저기 도윤이 형. 지금도 전화 안 되세요? 서혜성 구조대한테 알려줘야 될 것 같은데요.
잠깐만. 혜성이 얘기 구조대에 해야 될 것 같아요. 전화 지금 되는지 해볼게요.
형, 동네방네 얘기하고 거시게요?
왜? 문제 있어?
범인 S승연 아니면요. 이 중에 있으면요.
그렇게 생각해?
가능성을 다 열어놓고 보자면요.
You interrupt us, yo.
맞아. 여기 상황을 알려야지.
우리가 뭘 어떻게 해야 하는지도 물어봐야 돼요.
누군가한테 당한 것 같다. 그렇게 말해야 되나?
사실이 그러니
You tried to call the rescue team. No signal.
안 되네. 다른 사람도 확인 좀 해주세요.
The rest of the group raised their wrists and tried to get a signal. After some time, they barely managed to call the rescue team. The intermittent voice gave them short instructions and trailed off.
뻔한 얘기였어.
당황하면 생각 못할 수도 있지.
그래도 혜성이를 저기 두라는 건
나머지를 생각해서 한 말이겠지.
일단 냅두라는데 어쩌겠어.
Provide the exact location of the body. If you're concerned about losing the body, move it near the rescue route once we determine which path is best. These were the two instructions from the rescue team.
그거 말고는요?
좁은 곳보다 공터에 있으래. 심하게 갈라진 근처에는 가지 말고. 여기도 멀쩡한 데는 없지만 그나마 제일 나아. 천장 낙하물 조심하란 말도 하더라.
진짜 다 아는 얘기만 해줬네요.
Leon lowered his head at Sale's remark. Right then, a shiny watch caught his attention.
페이터야.
I hate to say this, but I smell something fishy here. I saw so that I made super cooler. All of them remain silent now. Oh, god damn it, I didn't get to read that. You and friend Brown at the face again. More casualties over his side. Okay, they're.
어떻게 이게 벌써?
Oh, great, people know about the
방금
thing.
연락해서 한 얘기잖아. 너무 빨라.
불가능한 건 아니에요. 현장 주변에서 뻗치던 기자일 거예요. 타이틀부터 뽑아서 올렸겠죠.
Imogen told me the allergy will be dead on our Ashley. As it is in the survival edition, the show will go on. I respond to the children to be the dead producer. So this is crazy. Rest to the murder. What did they say with that one instead? I think I just know that I got one more question, please. I'm going to send any news. At the time, a message came in through Messenger. What happened there? You still alive? Pull yourself together. Plug not the time. It was from Plug who had been demanding answers from Duyun. Duyun didn't know how this person found his contact number or who he was. Duyun had been ignoring him, but this time he decided not to. He remembered getting his senses back thanks to Plug message when he was about to break down. Who are you really? I'm on your side, got me walking side to side. I'm not in a good mood, stop kidding around. Same here, just think of me as someone who's ready to help at any cost. Hey, how can I trust that? What can you do for me? Fate in me, fate, hope, and love, and the greatest of these is fate. Oops, I'm in love. Anyway, you notice what's going on around you? Even a fireworks festival couldn't be more exciting than this. This asshole called Esenion seems to be the main troll of the day. If Esenion keeps running wild, he will eventually— God fucking damn it! Game? Ian frowned. Black Hole's tone was not that different from those who were trolling just for fun. I don't believe you. Stop bugging me. I'm gonna block your account. Well, you're suspicious. How many times do you rip off in your life? Oh, there. I'll send you a photo. Photo? Dude, that's not a photo. An unrecognizable photo arrived through Messenger. That's— come on, dude. Didn't realize it was a slightly blurred photo of a man. It's a bit blurry, though. It's me. Yeah, it shows. It's extremely blurry. It's a bit blurry, but I'm sure you can see my trustworthiness. Now. Yeah, minus reaction to that. That made you so skeptical. Who had you? Anyway, I'm gonna pick a fight with Asian Young. I'll contact again at a good time. Be ready to help me when I ask. God fucking damn it. Yeah, minus reaction to that. He lowered his watch slowly. Now that Duyun thought about it, he realized that it wasn't Plughole, but Duyun himself who was helping the situation. No need to play along with this kind of wordplay.
전화 계속 해보는 거야?
페이터, 엉망진창이야. S 승연, 승리했다는 듯이 떠들고 있어.
Slurring her words, Duyun had a somber look on her
또
face.
새로운 상대랑 붙은 모양이야.
The others turned toward Ina.
S 승연한테 작정하고 시비 터는 놈이 나왔어.
Ah, thank you, Plughole.
이 계정 닉네임이 뭐라고 읽는 거지? 글자가 작아가지고 그래 플러그홀?
Duyun turned on his watch again to check further. Come over here, Esenian, otherwise you just go away. Do you really buy that, Esenian? An overseas IP.
정말 질렀잖아.
Ah, interesting. Since the collapse, since I don't want to tell the current situation, I just said something. Everyone's safety.
뭘 어쩌겠다는 거야?
Huh?
페이터 싸움에 신경 쓸 때가 아니야.
S 승연 그냥 콱 발렸으면 좋겠네.
In another time. Everyone was responding differently. Hessian claimed that they were on the stage. Some obviously believed that Hessian did murder Hessian. If Hessian put up some hard evidence, it turned out to be just an internet troll, what would you do next? Yun's head began to spin. Rescue team directly was 5 contestants and 1 floor director left. I'm gonna have to reread that later. I was putting. Oh, god game. I hate that. I hate that is like, why is your auto that fast? Like, you have a lot of text game. Like, and then it doesn't like keep the entire like scene content. It just keeps up to like the next changing like perspective. Oh, this game. I hate how it's designed. I hate it. As a visual novel, it's so badly like designed. The way was that the IP used a VPN and overseas IP. The most glorious national fighter used in Hessian Steel, the world's best fighter, Star Hessian. You still believe its identity will soon be revealed. Stay tuned. Hessian Satan, the next star is the 4th place to you, and reflecting your love conflict your scenes. My move. My goal, your safety equals everybody's safety. Got it? Okay. What do you... okay. Plughole was putting pressure on Esenian by demanded evidence. I understand that you just want to go alone for the ride. You can't be helped, but can't you see that your identity will be unveiled soon? You've gone too far. Knock it off. You will have to take all responsibility for that. Who will believe you're at the accident, son? Present the evidence. You know what I mean? Okay. Hessian was silent, but we don't know if he's alive, if he's dead or alive. You might be waiting for an opportunity. In the end, what Hessian said is nothing more than a collection of gossips. I thought there would be more to Hessian's silence, but who the heck is Hessian? Empire users were easily swayed by the public opinion on the timeline, were seeming to suspect Hessian, who was remaining silent, to be fake. Okay. I am inside the accident site. I repeat, the end is around the corner. Oh, there's an actual picture.
이건 여기잖아.
Okay, but that makes no sense. Because like the only person who could have like taken pictures of this from inside the accident site, well, it has to be a different person, but God, this makes me so sleepy. I'm starting to feel scared. Wow, now they faked the photo, great. You don't know when the photo was taken, so pathetic. If the photo is not fake, that could be really shocking, but the photo alone is... I can recognize the stage. Look the same as we saw on TV, real. I thought it's something that we should not progress it anymore. There's clearly a picture of the collapse stage. You even felt like he was suffocating.
말이 안 되잖아.
Doesn't make
우리가 지금
sense.
여기 있는데.
Yeah, now that you say it, it doesn't make much
아무리
sense.
봐도 여긴데?
합성이라고 하기도 힘들어.
I'm trying to think. How would that make
만약에-
sense?
그렇다면 우리가 못 찾은 통로 같은 게
Hidden passage.
그런 게 있다 쳐도 왜 혜성이를 해줘?
What the hell happened?
이걸 말이라고?
That's what I want to ask. It really came from... No one knows. What's the deal with the photo? Even I sent you one. It was a bit blurry though. Actually, the photo was taken from here. You serious? You're 100% really sure about that? I'm not in the mood for jokes. Okay, give me a minute to find the best way to deal with this. Just calm down your chicken friends. See you later. Why do you call them chickens? Maybe you should react. Everyone on Fire is waiting for an opportunity to... God fucking damn it. Game, can you be less... like... The auto is so fucking fast. It's annoying. Like, you already have a full... If you already have a full fast forwarding to go as fast as possible, your auto should be as fast as you need it to read the entire text. If your text is too long, you need to leave at least like a second or two extra for a person to read it. Game, why you program like shit? This is not even about the writing, which is already making me sleepy. Your programming is shit. It's not good for a visual novel. Jesus Christ. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to become the Joker. I'm already the Joker, I have the clown nose, but still. I mean, now that I think about it, why would I have a clown nose if I become the Joker if the Joker doesn't have a clown nose? He's never had a clown nose. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. Anyway, I'm sleepy. This game is not a good visual novel. Okay, an opportunity to hear live. The message stopped there. Feeling confused, you can turn around. Okay. You don't look confused.
진짠가 봐. 진짜 저놈이 서혜성을...
No, Han.
그럴 리가 없어. 뭔가 잘못된 거야.
다시 한번 주변을 찾아볼까요?
이해할 수가 없네. 어떻게 된 거지?
Leon clenched his fist. For now, he had to clean up the confusion brought by Yes and Young. We should listen to the others to gather clues from their reaction.
플러그 홀. 사람들을 진정시키라고? 시키지 않아도 그럴 생각이었어.
Yeah, but you know, he's like probably a producer insert or something, like a creator insert. Hey! There's the stream dropped. Like, it disconnected for some reason. I swear to God, if it's not one thing, it's another. This game is just... This guy is going to kill me. God, I need to play something actually entertaining after I finish this because... I'm going to become the Joker. Either that or I'll take like a week vacation. I swear to God, I'll take like a week-long vacation. This game is that bad. It's like my body just like... cannot deal with this. It's like my soul is leaving my body because of this game. Like, that's the level we're at.
워치 열심히 본다 싶더니 전화했네.
Oh, oh.
계속 보고 있는 거야?
Still had it on.
페이터? 마음이 힘들면 너무 많이 보지 않는 게 좋을지도 몰라.
아예 무시할 수도 없지. 사진 올라온 것만 봐도
출처 불명확하잖아.
아무리 봐도 여기야.
그 사진 보고 다시 여길 보니까 새삼 위험해 보여. 도윤이 너도 조심해야 돼. 고개 너무 숙이고 다니지 마.
내가?
워치 보면서 다니니까 위에도 조심할 것 투성이야. 너까지 다치기라도 하면.
그런 일 안 생기게 조심할게.
그래, 꼭이야.
Okay, let me check the messages for this asshole. If soon in war, he will eventually push Paul and Alpina in the wrong direction. And then he shut his mouth. Just give me help when I. Hey, that happened. That happened. Right. Okay. For the record, my electricity cut off. Like, that's what happened. I'm going to become the Joker. It's this game. This game. It's just this game. I think it's just this game. I'm just. I hate it. Anyway. Let's just get this out of the way. God, I hate this. So fate. Yeah, it's a photo. Silent. Let's enter the name the logic context and then that the Hessian went silent and was one dead, and all this just coincidence. There's not the true. The Vista official account. I'm just in my mind. First the internet cut off for like 2 seconds and then immediately the lights cut off and I'm just like, is it this game? Like, it makes me sleepy, it's not good, it causes my electricity to cut off. I don't know, it feels like I'm, you know. Podcast has arrived blowing a siren, not any news, someone reported the fake account. Oh. Ian news to be doesn't seem to know much about you and run away. She was spotted working in the parking lot of a hotel. Since then she lay low and suddenly announced her retirement to Strutter in her car group. So you could blindly say everything's a rumor. That's a funny way of thinking. It's definitely just a photo. Huh. Okay. Damn, rumor had it. One of the idol group members was dating an entrepreneur and tried to get married to him. Aww. But dumb because of the rumor had spread all over, she completely disappeared after that. No. Trying to contact families of survivors, but only Ina's family cannot be reached. Is there anyone who knows her family or friends? Reported from the local broadcast station interviewed some of Ina's crew members when they knew nothing. WBS was no different. Only Senya and she knows it's hard to contact the survivors inside the building, so asking Ina is not a viable option. Anyone who knows who to contact, please let me know and share this post, please. Okay. He took some years off of school. He's happy without saying anything to his customers. Huh? For several years before entering the audition. First student, no one knew about his dad. He never mentioned being Healy. He looks like a nerd. See, this is more likable that that what he looks like right now. Even if he looks a little bit like an incel. Like, he has a little bit of incel vibes. Just favorite to eat and ignore the members. I not wonder one of them has a grudge against him. Just favorite to eat, and yeah, even when his fan came out, Ian got all the spotlight. Huh? Okay.
설마
You really think Asinian did it? Then where were they hiding?
있잖아.
So, you need to calm down first. What's important now is that we're here together. Asinian or whatever can't do anything to us.
알겠어요.
I wish I could believe that. They'll look around while adjusting his backstrap. As long as we don't have any internal conflict among us. Among us.
괜찮아.
That's not going to happen now. Dude,
아직이에요.
you can't guarantee that.
나는
I'm trying to be positive here. We can't allow any fissures in the group. I agree with you on that.
그치만
But what if more issues arise that require attention? If that's the case, a schism might be impossible to prevent. Yeah, bad news, sweetie. You're probably the one who's gonna die first in that case.
그럴까요?
Such that can be utilized by someone out there.
어때?
What do you think?
그게요.
I had some hope when we first inspected this place. We did a little construction here and there. But there was no passage after all.
혹시
Could we have missed somewhere? Taylor adjusted his glasses and pondered for a minute. Shortly, he raised his head and stared at Duyun.
아니요.
No, there is no such a thing as a hidden passage. I mean... Oh wait, where's my walkthrough? I had to call like the electricity company, so... Google Docs, please. Thank you. That took a while. It's also confirmed by the rescue team. Then I guess this is the unavoidable reality.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
For some things, we just need to give in. It's good to have hope, but it's the reality. If the rescue team even had the building plan, there's no reason for them to lie.
혹시
I just want to make sure of it since Beast has it so much in planned construction.
그거야.
Of course, I want to believe that there's another passage and that we can get out through that passage. We saw that there was no such thing and it was confirmed by the rescue team, but I still want to believe it. Zell shook his head. Leon could hear him gulping.
어쩔 수 없죠.
There's no such passage. Hessian's attacker must be also hiding somewhere away from us. They won't have the guts to come out in front of us. But if their hiding place collapses, we'll be safe. No exit.
서혜성.
Hessian countered Hessian's forewarning. And that's what happened.
글쎄.
Do you think they are interconnected?
그럴지도.
It could be a coincidence, of course. Still shook his head.
그 말은
Then Hessian was attacked by someone in here. That means Hessian also uploaded. I can't read. Uploaded photos by utilizing their own method. We can't even handle one suspicion, but now we have to deal with two. It sounds that we're clenching at the backstrap turned pale.
그게
The information we have is fragmentary. When the investigation begins later, there could be an explanation for this whole thing. Investigation. They'll tremble after biting his lower lip.
괜찮아?
Cell, are you okay? No.
네.
Yes, I'm fine. No, you're not. That's not the face of a man who's fine, sweetie. In both senses of the word. I wish we could settle this while in here instead of taking it outside. Even if we settle it, what can we do?
맞아요.
You're right, the only thing we can do is remain calm and survive. I'm really curious, but then I really don't want to know.
너무 나갔어요.
Can't believe they are spraying that kind of remedy in this chaos.
대체
Why are they talking about that all of a sudden?
사실은
It was a serious accident and people began to pay more attention. It might be more than when Beloved was disbanded. Sorry for your Yuyun to say this, but Beloved wasn't really popular. People couldn't have said that if they only knew Yuyun's feelings toward Beloved.
그거야.
It was a long time. People change, memories get embellished. Do you think she still feels the same way as she did before?
어?
Do you think they are real?
아무래도요.
Only the members would know. Not much was known about the incident back then. There were only 3 facts: Yuyun's withdrawal from the girl group, the disbandment of the group, and the bankruptcy of her former agency. Del frowned and shook his head. Yuyun unknowingly let out a sigh.
그럼
Then how should we respond to that? We can't respond to anything right now, we should just keep quiet. Whether we sue them or fight them online, we need to get out of here first. What would you do if we suddenly lose signal while arguing a fighter? Things would get really tricky. Whether it's true or not, it's unimportant. What matters who throws the last punch. I think Yuyun is smart for doing nothing.
말도 안 돼요.
What a mess. I guess they were going to find her family and relatives for other pictures. They must have been upset already.
그럴지도.
I guess there were no attention seekers around Nina. People tend to run wild in front of the camera even though they don't know a thing about the person. I guess it goes to show how nice she has been with other people. The two stared at Ina for a minute. After observing her behavior for a bit, they looked at each other again. Ina never talked about other people except for her crew members. Even I don't know anything about her family or friends.
그럴까요?
Is it necessary? Maybe the crew was her family and friends. Necessary? Since when did Beastars care if it was necessary or not? Zale suddenly fell silent. Zale seemed confused for a moment, but his expression changed quickly.
아닌데요.
They do. In the end, the consensus are their products. If there's a story they want to shine, they exaggerate. If there's something that would damage the show, they hide it.
아시겠어요?
They market the contestants by adding a story. The problem is that they never asked for the contestants' consent.
사실은
Hugo's past is as vague as Ina's.
이거면
He's the son of Yoon Hee Lee, isn't that enough?
말하자면
Maybe that's why the rest of his past is unknown. Nobody knows what he did during the break.
그거야
I guess he needed time to pull himself together. That's obvious, I'm talking about the specifics. That's where people's interests lie. What about before that? Or what kind of student he was, things like that. I guess he lived a good life with a silver spoon in his mouth. Anyone can guess that. People want something more dramatic.
말하자면
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Wait, I might have to sneeze again. No, it's fine. For example, what was his life like after his father, the legendary singer, passed away? Ian couldn't help but frown. Zell stopped himself when he saw Duyun's face. I can never get used to that.
도윤이 형
Look at them now, people are static. You want to know what's going on in here.
그런 편이죠.
That's the public interest. If you get stressed out, that's your loss.
도윤이 형
They just really like you. Honestly, I still don't know why. I thought they would evaluate the entire band, but they focus more on individuals.
도윤이 형
They would have recognized the band itself if the entire performance was good. Masquerade wasn't one of them, the other members weren't attractive. Duyun cleared his throat. Sale stopped for a moment, but began to continue again. That's
그치만
a weird way to write that sentence. Isn't it better to remain in the show by yourself than getting eliminated with the rest of the members? Do you have a purpose for joining the audition?
맞아.
I did have a purpose, although it didn't work out.
그래?
Why? Because people are calling you a betrayer? If Xianyan had that in mind while shooting the show, you can't avoid it.
나는
You don't have to explain to the staff member.
알겠어요.
I know you didn't want to. Phil clicked his tongue and rubbed his feet against the floor. Thank you for looking at it that way.
그게요.
I might as well do some sucking up.
어?
Were you sucking up to me? Yeah, was that supposed to be sucking up?
사실은
I was just speaking positively and factually. I guess you could call it that. We need to stick together in the face of crisis, right?
그럴싸해.
There's no denying it. What we see here is proof. Is it though? Is it though? Is it?
아니야?
Is the photo of this place the collapse stage? I enlarged it, I shrunk it, I tried everything. Okay, but like, I'm trying to think about it. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. Like, I figured it out. It has to be, like, Xianyan has to be a staff member. And it has to be a staff member because it has to have access to the fucking cloud where all of the photos for those, like, phone watches thingies upload their photos, because that's a photo that Hesian, like, uploaded at the very beginning of the game when he was testing the goddamn, like, camera feature. Like, that's it. That's where it's from. Like, there, I solved it. They're not here. It is a photo of here, but it's a photo of here because somebody else uploaded it, and this person just happened to have access to the cloud where all of those photos are stored. Duh. He now opened the photo page and looked into the photo again. Under her knitted brows, her blue eyes turned dark. This photo is real.
맞아.
It's clear that the photo couldn't have been fabricated.
진짜야?
If the photo is real, it means that the thread is not a joke. Xianyan is in here somewhere, and when we moved about, they found an opportunity to... I mean, again, I don't think that's the case, girl.
아닌 것 같아.
You can't take their word for it. It's strange that they would upload the photo to reveal their whereabouts.
들어봐봐.
That's because we've been calling them a liar all this time. But then they are more likely to be found out with that much clue. Maybe they began to realize that their words were losing credibility. Ina felt upset, so she took a deep breath.
그래.
Yeah, no point in arguing with you. I prefer that theory rather than being trapped together with a psychopath.
그래도
We shouldn't let our guard down, though. We need to stick together no matter what.
그래.
You're right, they can't get us as long as we're together. Even if someone else comes out other than Essen Young, nothing changes.
맞아.
That said, we shouldn't give them another chance. Ina looked around the stage with a worried look on her face.
어쨌든
What we know for certain is that Hesian was murdered by someone. And Essen Young said you were the next target, Duyun. Ina gulped and patted his arm. But don't worry, you have people around you. Thanks.
그래도
I think it's possible though.
그래?
Do you think there might be a hidden passage? Ina rubbed her forehead again. She raised her head again to face Zuyun again. Okay, the writing in this game, like, I know it's mostly translation, like, this is a translation issue more than a writing issue, and this game really needs some editing, but it's starting to get really bad on places. Like it's starting to get really, really bad in places. Like it's not even about the translation, it's just the editing. Like this needs an editor. Like this needs someone to correct a bunch of issues.
말하자면
More like wishful thinking though. I wish there was one.
그러면
We could exit through the passage and be saved. But to be realistic, I doubt his existence.
정리하면
So what I'm saying is, I'm just imagining all kinds of possibilities.
나는
Same here. I'm afraid I might have given up too early when there is much more to explore and discover.
그런 거야?
You were also full of crazy thoughts just like me. Ina blurted out and surveyed the surrounded. If there's another passage, how are we going to explain it as Young? Well, I just gave you an explanation anyway, so... There's someone in here and the photo is from like the photo is, you know, from here that Hessian took, and the guy's not like whoever murdered Hessian is Hugh Hugh. Like I already said it like 1,000 times, fucking Hugh Hugh. We know it's him from the other route. We know it's him from the other route. It's not even a surprise anymore. It creeps me out when I think about the perfect timing.
그랬지.
At 2 a.m.
그러니까
Exactly at the time forewarned. Not really, like he probably got killed earlier. Ina disheveled the side of her hair with her hand. She glanced at Duyun hesitantly.
그러면
I guess as Union is the attacker, right? If we just peg them as the attacker, it would make things much easier for us. Think it that way for now.
일단 해보자.
I think we should leave it at that for now. For the sake of our mental health.
맞아.
We can barely put ourselves together in here. I think we should believe what we see and move forward. Ina wrote her arms around her shoulders. Making things more vague won't help us. This is not a mission we have to solve anyway. Another threat, okay.
말이 돼?
He would never do that. Her past rumor has resurfaced again. It died out when he first came out because it was such nonsense, so why bring it up again? Ina raised her eyebrows. She clicked her tongue while tapping on her watch screen. They talk about it as they see it out there, but we know, right?
완전 아니야.
She's far from doing such a thing.
혹시
We need to make sure the rumor doesn't bother her. I wish she would forget about this nonsense, but I guess it won't be easy. Ina suddenly looked troubled. They probably made an issue out of it because they thought it might actually work. It's one ill-intentioned, malicious rumor.
뭐야 진짜?
Is this something I should be proud of? Why would they look into my friends and family?
아무래도
I think they have gotten as far as your crew members. It's not like I'm already dead. Ina bit her lips, her face turned red.
으이,
They'll
진짜.
make a fuss about it again. My goodness, we can't even contact her family or friends. They thought they'd figured out how to contact your family and friends if they kept digging. I guess your crew members know how to keep quiet.
헛짓이야.
I think they found nothing interesting. Because they don't know either. Okay.
그래도
They don't have to know everything just because you guys are close. How much you open up yourself to others is a very personal choice.
그거지.
Exactly. It's not like you have to know about every personal matter. My crew members are too busy practicing to ask annoying questions. That's the modern social relationship, right?
어쨌든
I really like my crew members. They accepted me into their family when my self-confidence hit rock bottom. Even after joining Beastars, they continue to cheer for me.
말하자면
My crew is my home, so to speak. Huh? I even wrote the Dance Crew Studio as my official address when filling out the Beastars application form.
그래도
Still, I didn't completely open up myself to them. It's not like I have to, right?
그래.
Yeah, that depends. I lived quietly until joining the audition. That's all there is to it, and I don't want others to know about my life. Are you in like protection, like protection like not protection service, like a witness protection? Like, do you have like a witness protection situation? Because like the way you protect your privacy, like I'm not saying it's bad, quite the contrary, but it's very specific that they can't contact your friends or family when you're in a dangerous situation where you could die. Like the one moment where you should be able to contact your family if you have any, and nobody can reach them, is a little extreme, I feel. After grumbling for a while, Ina closed her eyes. Then how dare they mess with my crew? If they have questions, they can ask me when I get out. Sure, girl.
아니야?
He probably took a break after leaving school, no?
그땐
He didn't tell me anything about it. It overlaps the scholarship topic as Seonyun mentioned, though. Probably wrote the post to support Seonyun's claim. Despite their wealth, he snatched someone else's scholarship opportunity and took time off from school shortly.
맞아.
Yes, that's how they want to put things out. Ina nodded with her arms crossed. If you super simplify the story, it sounds like it. Super simplify?
말하자면
Yeah, erasing all the details and context with intent to portray a story a certain way.
혹시
Are you asking because you really don't know? Yes, crystal clear now. In a way, you were also turned into a betrayer if your story is super simplified. Do you see what I'm getting at? Do you not know a little bit his lip?
그건
Since I'm on the show, I can't avoid it. Portraying me in a way that fits with the show's theme, that's the same thing as ill-intentioned edits.
그럴싸해.
Ah, that sounds right. Maybe it is inevitable for us.
그러면
Should we rather talk about Beastars? How do you was loved by all the judges?
그랬었지.
That favor lasted until the preliminaries.
Oh?
Why? It wasn't that bad in the finals either. I know it's been controversial, but you still made it to the top 5.
그래도
Good or bad, they did shed light on me often. That doesn't mean you're thriving on the show, okay? Ina, stop talking and lead a Dooyun.
혹시
By all means, are you expecting any warm consolation from me?
그런
From you? I'm not even saying yet.
왜 그래?
If it ain't the Jonkler, I am the Jonkler. You know, it's funny because I keep saying that I'm gonna become the Joker, and then like I put on a clown nose, and then I remember the Joker doesn't use a clown nose. He uses his normal clown like nose, like his actual nose. He doesn't wear a clown nose. I mean, he paints it in some continuities, but he doesn't use a clown nose. I'm a fraud. Fraud, I say. Maybe I just need to paint my actual face with, you know, clown paint. Literally becoming the Seal Joker. The Silker. The Silker? The Silker. The Silker. I don't know, the Silker doesn't work that way. Like, it sounds like I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, this game is making me become the Joker, on top of the fact that the internet cut off once and then the electricity cut off 2 seconds later. So that's good. That's great. That makes this stream even better. Be honest, I'm good at comforting people.
어?
Since when?
왜?
As of now,
그렇지?
I guess it is comforting to chit-chat like this.
그거지.
I told you, so who's good at comforting people? I practically gave you the answer. What's your answer? God, the translation gets... Well, it's the translation and the editing, really. Okay. I'm gonna go take an intermediate. I need some coffee. Oh, right. Oh, god damn it, right. For some reason, like... So there's this consistent issue for the record where, like... The game when I first started playing would not get captured on gate capture, so I can't use like my... if I'm capturing like a screen, I can't change scenes. And now I restarted the game after the internet cut out and everything was terrible. And the game was again, oh yeah, do you want to capture it in game capture? You can't, you have to capture it in screen again. So I'm losing my mind because I can't change screens. So I'm gonna have to do that and then go back here. I hate that. Original that could have made the classic that could have cats go like, oh, that kind of original. Ah. Inside of the. What is with people building shit inside of the moon? Everybody builds something inside of the moon. Anyway, I'll come right back. I'm gonna go get myself some coffee and stretch my back. I didn't get a chance to do that when the electricity got off. So I'll come back in a sec. Okay, I'm back and I kinda have to, yeah, do that. Keep it up. Decided to go off on Vive Salon. I mean, that's a way to build anything, but if you're supposedly copying something else, Vive Salon is a bad plan. Just saying. This game takes all the energy out of me. I really need to play something more entertaining next time. I don't know, I'll play a Metroidvania or something. Like, it's not even the problem that it's a visual novel, the problem is that it's a bad visual novel.
대체
What do you think happened regarding the photos? I don't know, maybe Esenion really is in here somewhere.
나도야.
I checked several times to make sure it wasn't fabricated. It's clearly a foot of the collapse stage.
알잖아.
People out there could argue about its authenticity, but we can't tell for sure. Can we not? He slowly rubbed his chin with his hand.
그래도
But if they're in here, there's no way they can hide from us. Maybe they had a chance to escape from this place. Like how we recapped earlier.
만약에
That is, if they're really in here. Hugo surveyed the wreckage. Soon he sighed and turned back to Duyun.
하여튼
I don't know about other things, but it's clearly a foot of this place. Regardless of the authenticity of Esenian's arguments. If things have gotten this far, we can't keep ignoring the claim. Okay, but like, I said it before. Hesiod took a photo of the place early on with the stupid, like, phone wristwatch camera thingy that he had, and he's the only one who had a camera. He said that that gets uploaded to the cloud. You only need a person who has access to that cloud, and that could be, I don't know, any staff member of fucking this gang, like this show. Smart smartwatch. It is like, you say that, but like, you can literally phone people with the fucking smartwatch and use Twitter for some god of a reason. Like, who would want to have Twitter on their watch? That's like asking for trouble.
글쎄
The passwords we're not aware of.
혹시
Father, yeah, it's called Father. Like, the social media is called Father, which is like really, well, Father. Yeah, well, it's a PH, so I guess it's Father. Father. Father would sound better. Like, it just sounds like you're calling someone fat. Your father or someone else, you know? What do you think? Can we say it doesn't exist for certain? Until his head at Hughes' remark. We have checked any areas that look risky. You had too. They often carry out unlicensed construction in here.
그래서
I guess that's why the stage collapsed. It's so funny that they have fucking not Twitter and yet they don't bother to post in anything other than their own threads. Yeah. I mean, they have, like, Hesiod was posting, like, for himself, but, like... See, this is another thing that is bad, because, like, the game kind of tries to sell you on, like, the fact that, oh, you could use, like, not Twitter to, you know, get information and shit, but, like, then they barely make use of it. It just gives you keywords that then you have to talk to with your, like, with your Scooby gang. Your murderous Scooby gang, and by murderous I mean it's just Hugh because we know he's Hugh because this game is not subtle. Like, the game makes it pretty obvious who is killing people in the first run. The run that ends in a bad end no matter what, because the game wants to try and do a loop thing, like it tries to do the, oh, you're looping kind of bullshit. And then like, it doesn't do anything with that either. If you give your dead game cast a fucking social media analog thing. Okay, but like, that's the worst part. This is just use it as a fucking internal BBS instead of straight up open Twitter space with empty. I guess. Like, the worst part is that this isn't even a dead game. Like, not literally. Like, it's not. Like, the entire thing with S. Seung-young is basically a red herring. Like, you know that it's a red herring no matter what route you do. And I did the B route first because, like, A route is a route which has the true ending of the game. And, like, the entire dead game is just not real, but it's not even like it's not real, but it's not real. Like it's not real, not in the sense like, I don't know, Danganronpa V3, the dead game is not real when you find plot twist, spoilers for Danganronpa V3, I guess, which I've been referencing. At the end, you find out that Danganronpa in V3 is actually just a TV show. Like, you find out that it's just like a thing that they produce because people love watching Danganronpa. Like, people just love watching teenagers kill each other, and all of the contestants are actually brainwashed people who got given different personalities to just kill each other in a dead game situation. It's not even that. Like, the dead game doesn't exist. The guy saying shit on Twitter is a troll, and the murder happens completely on accident. Like, Hyuk basically confessed to the first murder, like, to the first corpse that you find being his kill. He basically, like, I'm not even joking. The game forces you into a bad end during your first ever run, and then expects you to do, like, quote-unquote a kind of looping, even though it never, like, actually does anything with the looping mechanic. Like, it's never, like, directly addressed if you're looping in time or not, for a best ending or not. Like, that's not touched. Hyuk literally confesses to the murder of the first person that you have murdered, like, who you think died from an accident because the place just collapsed on itself, at the end. Never played in Stars and Time. No, but it's on the list. Like, it's on the list of things that I want to stream, for the record. For the record, it's on the list of things that I want to stream. So I know about In Stars and Time, and I might play it eventually. It's on the list. But yeah, like, yeah, no, I've heard that it's very good. Basically, Hyuk, like, confesses to that murder before killing himself. And then Do-yoon kills himself, you get a bad ending, and the game basically tells you, okay, you can start again from zero and just act like it's a loop. And the game kind of treats it visually like it's a loop, but it never, like, references it, like, in actual gameplay in any way. Like, it doesn't treat it like a loop, except it's visually shown like a loop. Like, it's treated like a loop, but it's also not treated like a loop. And then, because, you know, Hyuk kill this first person, because he tells you at the end of that fucking run before he kills himself, then you're like, okay, Hession appears dead. The only people who might have had the time to kill him are Hyuk, Ina, and Seo. And Hyuk is the most likely because we know he had killed before. And then you do round B first, and the implication, which we never see the goddamn suicide note, is that Hyuk admits to both the murders of Seo-young and Hye-seong before killing himself. Like, the round ends with him dead, and you're basically told that he killed both of them. So, at this point, every single dead person might as well be Hyuk's responsibility, because the game pretty much tells you that. Like, the game is not even subtle. Like, the fact that Hye-seong, like, was sleeping with a producer is supposed to be like an important, like, character reveal, but it's so fucking obvious by the way he acts and the things he says that there's no subtlety left. Like, there's nothing there. It's like, yeah, you were sleeping with a producer for a while. We've been known, bitch. It's obvious. Like, the game is not good. Like, as a visual novel, the writing is mediocre at best. As a dead game, it's not even a dead game. Like, it's not one of those, oh, I have to survive dead game, who done did it. As an investigation game, it's not particularly engaging either. And all of these systems could be taken out completely. Like, the fact that the game wants you to have good relationship with characters, but then to get their rapport, which is what you need for their best, like, epilogues at the end of the route, you need to talk smack to them at certain points, and the game doesn't tell you that. Like, the game doesn't tell you, oh yeah, some conversations which lower affinity, you need to have them because otherwise they won't have rapport with you. Like, they won't have the rapport to it, and I'm just like... But then I might as well just have every single conversation with them anyway. Unless I'm going for like a worse epilogue. I might as well just talk about them with anything and everything, even if they get angry at me and I lose my fucking sanity, which is also completely useless. Because as long as I have a couple of report events on my ass, I'm always regaining enough sanity not to go insane. So I have to go out of my way to get a button for getting insane. Like, the management is basically non-existent. It's not a good game. It's not a good game, and that's not even touching the fact that, like, the translation and the writing, like, is not very well edited at points. So, like, very obviously at points, like this, in Route B, at the end of Route B, you have a conversation with Cell where you're asking him if he's, like, in a stalker, and the pronouns makes it sound like he's talking as if he's Duyun stalker, but that's definitely not what you're talking about. So, yeah, it's not very well edited. The game is bad. It's bad. Like, it's not a good game. This is not a good game. This is one of those, like, someone made an hour-long video about how it's bad game. I feel. Except that I don't think it's inherently bad, because it's visually good. The music is good, like, there's obviously money and production values put into this. It's just violently mediocre and not well optimized for what it's supposed to be. Like, that's it. It's mediocre. It's mediocre and boring, which I feel is a worse thing for anything in entertainment than just being bad. Because you can't enjoy something bad. If something is boring, you're fucked. Because why am I consuming something that is inherently boring unless that's the point and I'm supposed to experience boringness as part of the experience of the thing? Like, I don't know, watching Wavelength, for example. Like, Wavelength kind of is supposed to make you feel bored. Like, you're supposed to, like, engage with it. Like, engagement is the point of Wavelength. This is not that. Like, you're supposed to be interested in the story, but the story is so obvious that I'm just like... Yeah, but I already know how this works. Like, I wish I had, like, a button where I could just be like, yeah, Hugh who kills Seo-seong, can we deal with that when we leave here, please? Like, I already know. I already know what happened. All you people are tiring. All you people in the video game are dying. Anyway. Duyun spoke under his breath after taking a look around the place. He could also mumble something to himself. Maybe we just want to believe that someone or something is in here. We can't conclude that there is no passage yet. Hessian's attacker is out of our radar, though.
그랬지.
It cannot be a perfect crime. There must be a clue. Also, again, the fact that, like, if you actually see, like, the Steam page for this game, which is on Steam, Like, it tries to sell you the whole social deduction thing. Like, it tries to sell it as a sort of social deduction game. This is not Nausea. This is not Nausea. At all. Nope. No. It's not even fucking... Again, not Danganronpa, which it is worse than Nausea in my opinion, but I like Danganronpa. I think that has a lot of, like, good vignettes. Like, it's not bad. It depends, really. Some cases are better than others. It's not fucking... Like, even Raging Loop is interestingly bad when it gets bad, and it's extremely good when it's good. So it has like a roller coaster of emotions. It isn't just like, okay, yeah, things are happening, I guess. Not that I care. Like, I'm just dying here. I'm literally I'm dying, Squirtle. He could look around while filling with his watch.
어쨌든
What's but I'm not ready to give up on that possibility.
맞아.
I agree. I want to get out of here as soon as possible.
어쩌면
Maybe there was a passage, but it disappeared. It looked everywhere, but there was only concrete wreckage. If we see anything that could be used as a passage, we should check it. Regardless of what awaits there. Possibility of exit.
설마
Do you really think as Xiangyang response was really a forewarning?
아무래도
If we only take the outcome into account, it does look like a meaningful forewarning.
혹시
Do you think it was a coincidence? I'm not sure which is the case. Duyan buried his head in one hand. Yuhyuk stared at Duyan with a worried look on his face.
도윤아
Yeah, I don't think too much. How, after what happened to Hesian?
어쨌든
We need to endure this until the rescue team arrives. As long as we stick together, no one can hurt us. Everyone must be confused dealing with this in their own way. If one of us breaks down, it would affect everyone else. Leon raised his head and stared at Hyuk. Their eyes met. The troubled look on Hyuk's face was real. I know that. I'm just a little confused.
나도야.
Of course, you're not the only one. But we need to pull ourselves together.
왜?
Actually, that's part of the issue, really. I guess that's part of the issue because, like, the fact that the game puts you in, like, a button in your first run, but the button still kind of, like, spills the beans on what happened anyway. It's like, why would you play it again? Like, yeah, it's an ending where everybody ends up dead, basically, except Ina, who ends up traumatized for the rest of her life. But like, the game tells you who killed. Like the game tells you who killed Seung-young, so this game is still not as bad as Inescapable. Which one was Inescapable? Like, it sounds familiar, but I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm not different from Seung-young. How can they say that when she's in no condition to respond to that? You gulped. Like Inescapable. I'm trying to remember, like it sounds familiar. Maybe that's why they have been making such a fuss.
그럴지도.
Can't deny that. Young was always good at getting herself out of trouble.
나는
I thought it came from her experiences.
그치만
Still, it doesn't mean she's not hurt. The two of them gazed at Young with worried looks on their faces. Hyuk lowered his gaze shortly.
하여튼
This situation is giving her enough stress already. If anything adds up,
맞아.
we shouldn't lose her out of sight just like before. Hyuk nodded after turning to look at Young again. Right, it won't happen twice. I mean, there are that game in a beach resort where the contestants are essentially in an elaborate popularity contest where you don't even have to kill anyone else, where your only real strategy is to try to go and try to date half the cast. What? I mean, I'm not against trying to date half the cast, considering the Love Hotel in Danganronpa V3, like that's a thing. Like that's literally a thing that happens in Danganronpa V3. You get... Oh wait, or was it Danganronpa 2? In one of them, you get to go to a love hotel with the other characters. It's so shit, all the cast is written like shit. I mean, I trust your opinion, I'm not questioning you, Graham. This is not a questioning moment for me. I'm just, like, I'm not against the dating half the casting, because again, Danganronpa Love Hotel. I'm just confused about, like, why you don't have to kill people in the dead game? And you can't even actually have a proper relationship, it just trace to fucking, oh. It's not haha, the 18 sim is try to fuck half the cast. I mean, I play Eroge, so I don't have a I don't have a conflict with it. But I repeat, you're telling me that you don't have to kill people in the dead game? Like in an actual dead game, because this is like, it tries to sell you the idea that it's a dead game, but then it's not a dead game, and it's just like, it's just a red herring. It's not. No, I'm sure it's not an eroge. Like by the sound of it, because like if it was an eroge, that would be interesting. Like you try to like the entire concept is just like you're in a dead game, and to not end in the dead game, you have to fuck everyone around you. Like that's a concept. I'm pretty sure there's an eroge like that. I'm pretty sure there's an eroge like that even. I was gonna say that sounds a little bit like the situation in Euphoria, but not exactly, but a little bit. Yeah, no, like in a dead game when you're supposed to kill people and you're telling me that you don't have to kill people sounds kind of bad, kind of not interesting even.
그건
It's pretty obvious.
대체
Why would people look for her family when they don't even know anything about it?
그렇다면
I guess they wanted to dig up some dirt but eventually failed. There must be a reason for not revealing it. They call that an issue, they seriously need to know when to give up. Dion's gaze turned to Ina standing on the other side. Ina was looking at the watch screen and her face looked pale.
혹시
Do you think Ina saw the post as well?
아마도
Some people must have delivered it to her whether she liked it or not. I hope she doesn't break down and cry.
그래도
I think Ina can handle that.
아니
You'd be surprised to know she's softer than she looks. You glanced at Dion after quietly listening to him. Like you. Excuse me.
그래
In some aspects, she's way softer than I am. That's no good. We should observe Ina as well. It's handled by two insane bitch siblings who don't know what they're fucking doing while trying to get money from random deep web people by streaming on not YouTube. On not YouTube? Why would they allow that content on not YouTube? You can barely put anything on YouTube these days. You have to censor horror games even when you put like, oh no, it's not for children, and then the advertisers don't give you any money because fuck you, that's why. Like, at least get like a streaming site in the dark web or something. And then, like, I believe it. It's like, oh, it looks like not YouTube, but it's actually your personal like streaming site for evil. Like that at least is like a plot point. It's like, who gives you like the space to host that? Like you need to be able to host that site somewhere. It is written in a way that so clearly misunderstands what the internet's fundamental rules are. I'm not surprised.
아무래도
It seems like it doesn't get what the rules of a dead game is, because again, if other people aren't killing each other and you're not killing people, then what's the point of the dead game? Like, just make a visual novel, Forehead. As in, like, a romance visual novel. There's also a shit ton of dumb minigames. Okay, but that's not necessarily bad. Like, minigames are fun. Again, Danganronpa has minigames. They're fine. Not all of them, but they're fine. The point of the dead game is false tension. Okay, so people don't die in the dead game. All the minigames are bad? Okay. Oh, okay. Like, I don't mind dumb minigames, like, arcade collections and shit is, like, they're fine to me, but, like, if the minigames are bad, then that's a problem. That's kind of a problem. It came out at some odd timing. I literally hid from the world after my father died.
솔직히
I just wanted to drop everything and let things take their course.
그랬지.
I used to study really hard in school, but as I felt demotivated, I just left. You groaned quietly. For a while, I got calls from many different people.
Huh?
About your father?
그렇지.
About paying tribute to him, but most of them approached me out of curiosity, for fun, or to take advantage of me. That's why I ran away, rather, because I couldn't handle them. Aww. You smile bitterly as if something came to mind. Beastars use my past to turn me into an enigmatic someone. Like, if your dead game already doesn't involve people killing each other or like you killing people, that's already a problem. But that's your first mistake as a creator. Like, you're making a dead game, people need to die at some point. And either you have to, like, you know, play detective. Like, there's two kinds of dead games. The first, which is the most common, is people die and you're gonna detective your way into finding out how they die and who killed them. Like, that's sort of the situation with here, arguably, even though this is not technically a dead game, is the situation in Danganronpa. It's the most common, I would argue. I would argue that dead game, you're the investigator kind of dead game is the most common. And then you have like dead game type number 2, which is you are the killer and you got to get away with it, which most social deduction games usually play with. Like Nausea lets you be, you know, the Nausea, Raging Loop, you're the wolf for like at least one route, so technically, even though that's more of a visual novel and it just uses the context of like the dead game slash social deduction thing to tell its story. But like, if nothing happens and you're not investigating and you're not killing, then you don't have a dead game, you're just there, which sounds incredibly boring. Like, again, I should have to see because I've never played that. But I find something boring much more insulting than something bad. Because something bad can be enjoyable in like, oh god, this is a train wreck kind of situation. Like, you cannot stop staring at the train wreck. Here, I want to stop staring because it's boring me and I get sleepy. I'm gonna get myself sleepy. I'm gonna go take a nap in the middle of the stream. You know, that's a good way to do a 24-hour stream. One day I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream, and when people say like, but how are you gonna deal with the fact that you're gonna have to sleep? And then I'm like, I'm just gonna put like the rubber ducky simulator on screen for like 6 hours, sleep 6 hours with rubber ducky simulator on, and then I'll return to the stream. That's gonna be the plan. Actually, that's a genius idea. I need to remember that. I'm gonna fucking put rubber ducky sim. That's genius. God, I'm smart. Sometimes I'm very smart. That's a great idea. It's like, I'll just put that. Genius. And we couldn't resist the rolls. We've actually made it to the finals thanks to them.
그래.
Yes, I'd be lying if I said I could have made it here even without them. It's like a basic template. We were given images to show to the audience so easily from the beginning.
그렇다는 건
Unlike the time you disappeared from the world, you're showing firm resolve this time.
그렇지.
I might have lived my whole life meaninglessly if I didn't change my mind back then. You quietly stared at Du-Yun. After a brief silence, Hyuk spoke again.
그리고
So I came to Beastars, and I haven't been myself ever since. I didn't know what I was wanting when that's the most important thing in the world.
뭐랄까.
Everything was different from what I had expected ever since joining the show.
그건
It's still the same. You nodded quietly. Yes, we are on a really unpredictable foggy path. Escape. Okay.
어떻게?
Oh, do you bring that up now?
도윤아,
Do you know you're okay?
음.
Yeah, it's nothing new. I thought we were being filmed together.
그랬었지.
When I watched it later, I was the only one on the screen. And I'm not sure if that's how they shot it in the first place, or if it was edited that way. Leon unknowingly sagged his shoulders. Seeing that, he fiddled with his tie knot.
그게
The judges were very fond of you. It was natural for them to mostly focus on you for the TV portion. I mean, I didn't ask for it.
아니었어.
I never wanted that to happen. It triggered all kinds of other rumors.
솔직히
I'm sure everyone knew the truth. You just stood out the most.
뭐랄까
But the aftermath is... You just positive comments, different amount of running time on TV. There were more attacks on him as if they were the reaction of it.
그치만
You weren't responsible for all the things that happened to you and your van.
글쎄.
Can you really say I wasn't responsible at all? It'll only poison you if you let them get to you. I'd rather not think about that at this time. You could pat a Dooyan on the shoulder. My current goal is to get out of here in one piece. Oh. Oh, and we still have you. Oh god. It never ends! It never ends. I can't wait for one of you people to die again. It's probably gonna be Sil, to be fair. Like, there has to be at least one more dead body, so I have to talk to less people every time.
근데
There must be a way to upload the photo. Young's photo is this place without a doubt.
그러면
If that's true, when do you think they took the photo?
모르겠어.
I don't know, it's not like we can inspect the metadata from here. Metadata?
어?
You don't know how digital photos have it. Unless you take it out of them, which you can, for the record. Remember, kids? Sometimes it's a good idea to just clean the shit out of the metadata of everything you upload online. Just saying. Young scratched her ear after seeing Dooyan's face. Well, there's nothing wrong with it.
그게
The one from the registration data?
그래.
So to speak, yes. By seeing it, we can figure out when and with what the photo was taken. Can you check it with your watch? You can't see that much detail in the watch's viewer. Well...
아무래도
I guess the only way is for Esenion to reveal it themselves rather. Right now, only the one who took the photo can see it. Not really.
맞아.
Right, although it won't happen. Best way is for Esenion to reveal the original photos metadata. A file is uploaded to social media, its metadata is normally lost. Not necessarily. Not always. Depends. Depends on the social media, depends the file. Like, usually like text files and stuff like that is less likely that they will lose their metadata.
그러면
So there's no way for us to see it. Yoon clicked his tongue while looking down at his watch. With her hand on the side of her head, Yoon nodded. The same thing happens when you send it through Messenger.
글쎄요.
Looks like we are at the dead end. That's the situation we're in right now. But we can't let them keep fooling us. There must be a way. I mean... But like... What kind of messenger are you using? Like when I download something from someone else, I can't check the metadata. It will still be there. Like... Is protection that good this day and age? Because, like, I don't think so. Like, I downloaded something the other day and I could see who created it, like, outright. Because the idiot didn't clean the shit before uploading it.
내 생각엔
Like, usually the most that will change is, like, the date of when it was modified. I guess you get the date of when it was downloaded, but like you can't go back on that information. Like if you have a proper program for that, you can actually check that. Like, am I insane? You used to be able to really easily check metadata and that kind of stuff, like... Like, now I'm thinking about it, because you're supposed to be able to, like... I guess in social media not so much, but like, text files usually keep their metadata. Images not so much. Video usually keeps it. It's rare that video doesn't keep it. Although, now that I think about it, would it be after downloading it, or would it be if you check the code for the site? Because it might be in the code for the site, but not once you download it. Unless they change that. Sometimes I think about stuff and then I realize that maybe I'm just thinking of Web 1.0. Technology has changed for the worst, arguably. Well, no, it's better, actually. It makes it easier not to track people, but still. God, I hate technology. I play video games and I hate technology. It'd be like that. Something that one guy who was like, I have a non-smart printer, and if it ever does any kind of weird sounds, I'll shoot it on sight. That's me. That's also me. I don't think there's any other passage.
그럴지도.
We did look around the whole place.
그래.
We come to the conclusion that there isn't any other passage. Ying stared at the dark corridor. She paused for a moment and shook her head.
아무래도
I thought about it again, but it doesn't change anything.
그랬었는데.
Even still, his staff member would look for it with us. If there was anything worth noting, we would have it already examined it. They should just resurface because of Essen Young. Young flinched at Duyun's remark. She quickly turned around to face Duyun.
근데
That's why I'm a bit scared. If there's no exit and Estyon's photo is real, it means Estyon is really in here somewhere. No, they're not. It's just you, Hugh.
도대체
This is so leery. Estyon gets the tag and the photo gets uploaded. Estyon say the murder would happen at 2 a.m., right?
그래요.
That's when we found Hyeseong. Young sighed and ran her hands through her long hair. There's a time overlap.
너는
Duyun, what's your take on this? It really happened at 2 a.m. Do you really think it happened as they predicted? Not really, because in my opinion, they probably had to kill him earlier. Just saying.
글쎄요.
I'm not sure if I can completely agree with that. It didn't happen exactly as Estyong has said.
Oh?
No, but Hyeseong was... Wait.
그렇구나.
Estyong made it sound like they were going to murder him at 2 a.m.
네.
According to their threats, someone would die at 2 a.m. But what we found at 2 a.m. was Hyeseong's lifeless body.
그런가?
Which means the 4-1 murder happened before 2 a.m. Yeah, almost like it's not forewarned. Duyun continued with rubbing the back of his neck. Although it might not be enough to conclude that they were completely wrong. Right, I'm not even sure we should be making this kind of reasoning. But something doesn't add up.
왜일까?
Why does everything happen all at once? Because it's everything everywhere all at once. The stage collapsed, Hyeseong was murdered, and now we have to put up with that.
그건
It's safe outside, we should stay strong.
그렇구나.
That's reassuring, unlike the look on your face.
결국
I was just being hopeful. Young weakly lowered his Young weakly lowered the watch on her wrist.
확실히
It's a clear-cut situation, right? You can't get the picture immediately. I get sick of Beloved that fails to get popularity, and things are wrong as I tried to hit on a rich guy and retire, right? In the end, I quit and leave Beloved with the rest of the responsibility. The group gets disbanded and the agency goes bankrupt. Yeah, that doesn't sound particularly true. Young's long hair hit her face.
괜찮아요?
Are you okay? Young slowly raised her head after a brief silence.
아니,
No, I'm angry. When I was with Beloved, I only thought about achieving my dream as a team. think this is the right one.
네,
I think I know what you're talking about.
아시잖아요.
You know, I'm the betrayer conceived by Beastars.
그래.
I thought you would know. That even if I step forward, I would just end up hurting other people.
결국
In the end, I would probably end up shying off. The two silently stared at each other. What I dread the most wasn't the rumor itself. Then, people began to believe it as soon as the rumor broke. I felt very offended.
난
Love scandal, money, retirement, I never thought about any of those. I had a dream, I had a goal, that's all I could think of.
그래.
That's why I was annoyed. Annoyed at people's prejudices that an unpopular idol group would no doubt try to seduce a rich guy and retire. People who were disappointed in me, reporters that were throwing obscene words at me, and Young shuddered for a moment. Me who couldn't say anything against their accusations. Oh.
알잖아요.
Anyone would know if they have worked with you side by side. About what kind of person you are or what kind of dream you had when you joined the show.
글쎄.
Well, I'm not so sure. I don't think I've come out of it yet. I used to worry about many things in the past. I am okay with my haters giving me a hard time.
근데
But when I couldn't get along with some of my fans who wanted to know more about me, I really didn't know what to do with them. Young's gaze shifted to Ina as she talked.
아무래도
I guess Ina was stressed out.
확실히.
I think people meant well when they went to see her family,
그렇지만
but her family could have felt better. Some people don't want to be contacted in that way. Her family didn't come to the finals, maybe they were dealing with their own family problems. I know you kind of don't want attention, but this is too much. Young stared at Duyun again.
도윤아.
Duyun, I think you should talk to Ina more often. If not, she'll keep thinking about what's going on out there.
그래요.
I guess it applies to all of us. Ian quietly nodded. The blonde hair brushed off her shoulder. Yes, to all of us. By talking more, we should be able to avoid internal conflicts. We need to take care of each other more carefully. Yeah, it's not like I need it for the fucking report thing.
그건
You're talking about Hughes University days. He simply left school and stayed home. That's not the same as disappearing.
그건
I guess they were comparing Hughes' current position to his past. And they added the story about his late father, Byung Hee Lee. I guess it must have been an unusual circumstance after his father's death. Young's face briefly turned grim. What do you think Hughes had in mind when he joined Beastars?
아마도
I guess he put lots of thought into it, just like anybody else. To pass or fail in an audition after showing all they got would be very challenging, even fearful for anyone. Young nodded after a brief pause.
그럴까?
Maybe Hugh had been struggling with that fear during that tough time. Other people might envy Hugh for having a famous father, but for him it became a burden he had to deal with.
네.
I often sensed that while talking with him. I guess his sophisticated mind came from that background, the heavy burden of his struggles with it.
그건
The decision came from the judges. It's not like you had any strings to pull. It's not your fault that the judges thought highly of you.
네.
I don't think I did anything wrong either. It's just that their decision was totally unexpected and resulted in specific consequences for my life. Ian quietly patted Duyun on his arm. Your surroundings change even when you walk. If you didn't want any changes, you shouldn't have done anything at all.
나도야.
But remember, both you and I decided to move on.
저기
You and I, I'm listening. Mina's reaction to that? Young couldn't continue. Young folded her arms together after looking at him for a while.
도윤아.
Young, let's focus on what's at hand. If we fall here, that's the end of everything. You can grab another opportunity only after we get out of here. Okay, everyone is on. Fuck you people. You're probably at max, you're probably at max, you're probably at max, and you're not at max, but okay. God. Do you look at the blinking watch? Come to think of it, finding and posting a photo means someone got cold feet, don't you think?
뭐라는 거야?
What is he saying? Well, I mean, he's right, because the person is just putting that photo for proof, but that just means that you're not meaning that maybe you're lying about the situation, because if you weren't lying, then why would you post a picture? It's like... of just the place, like, you could post a picture of the corpse, and that would be a much better proof, but you didn't, so... Also, again, why is your name Plughole? Because you want men to plug your holes? Slut. Problem is, the photo was taken here. Everyone is having a hard time. They clearly crossed the line. I don't like them. I don't like you either. Ah, pity for me. Forget what I just said. Silly me. Ian, what's your opinion? Is Seonyeon really there with you and the others? Ian was lost in thought for a moment. There were many different opinions toward Seonyeon. Some believed Seonyeon was an internet troll out there, while some believed that there was someone in the building. And Plughole was asking Ian's opinion.
내 생각에는
Delicious coffee. I mean, here's the deal, it's clearly obvious that it's not a person in here. Like... it would make no sense for them to be here. Because if they were here, either they would have already, like, done something else, or just post a photo of the corpse. Like... or like blood, you could just take a photo of blood. Like, that photo is, like, just vaguely the form of the wreckage, so...
S승연은 그냥 외부인이야.
The Seonyeon isn't here, they're just happy to watch us suffer from out there. You seem so sure about it. What makes you think so? Let's see, coincidence, metadata, and no excerpt. The photo seems real, but without them, its metadata, I still doubt the authenticity of it. It could be photoshopped. Whoa, a wizard he must be then. Not really. Again, it's probably a photo that Hyeseon took at the beginning of the game that got uploaded to the cloud, which he mentioned outright that it gets auto-uploaded to the cloud. And this person just has access to that photo, like to that section of whatever system they're using to upload those photos, which again, it could just be a staff member, which would make the most sense. Like, they should have access to whatever photos Hyeseon, like, uploaded. Hyeseon said that they killed Hyeseon at 2, but at the time we found his body was 2, so it still could be a coincidence. That's incredible timing, but it is still possible. We're investigating the crime scene, but there was no hidden exit. The rescue team with the blueprint also confirmed that. Considering the situation here, it's hard to sneak around without being detected. That's why you believe Seonyeon is not in there? Yeah. It's almost common sense, forehead. Ian could feel his head clearing while he composed the message.
역시 S승연은 바깥에서 제멋대로 떠드는 놈일 뿐이야.
Special keyword. Okay, outsider. After a brief moment, Plughole replied. I'll sum up what you just said. Listen up. Essenyan is not there but at home, just bumming around, probably figured out the fact that they went a little too far. I mean, I'm not there, so probably you know better than I do. Keep the possibility in your mind.
가능성도 염두에 두라고.
Could be the other way around. I'm suspect. Sometimes you committed a crime by using a secret passage. That's... come on, fake. Anyway, there are also other people there with you. I got to use some hard evidence to get Essenyan. Make sure no one falls for it anymore. On the other hand, Plugho also seems to be saying things at random. He even beat his sleep and sent a new message. It sounds like you don't know how to get Essenyan either. Hey, come on. I'm just a little baby boy. No, don't hit. It's my bed. I'm small. You're not supposed to hit me. Also, it's my baby. I'm a little baby boy. You're not gonna hit the blade. It's my baby. God, I love the little baby boy. What an asshole. We just gotta let these troll blabber as much as they want until they figure out they've talked too much. It's the best way to win a fight with an anonymous troll like this one. I'll keep peeking and you share what's going on there. Here's a simple quiz for you. You said a few things a while ago. To corner Essenyan, what question should I keep asking?
물고 늘어진다?
From what they had talked about so far, there should have been something that would undermine Essenyan's claims. What would render Essenyan unable to rebut?
그럴 만한 이야기라면
Well, I guess the metadata, like they need that, and
S 승현이 직접 올린 사진의 메타 정보를 까보라면서 물고 늘어지는 거야. 가장 강력한 증거처럼 내민 건 자기 자신이니까. 촬영한 위치나 시간을 보면 발목을 잡힐 수도 있어.
yeah. As Essenyan to reveal the photos metadata. Since photos are the most convincing media on fodder, Essenyan won't be able to slide off easily. If they do get tenacious and keep questioning it... You know a bit about dealing with trolls. That's it. From now on, we should focus on the metadata. The messages stopped there briefly.
메타 정보로 공격하고 다 좋다고. 그런데 왜?
Because he's having fun, let him have that. Did Blobhole get my number, and what does he get by fighting back against Essenyan? You could think of no plausible explanation. And what was he partnering with this stranger? The oppressive feeling, death of his peer, a mysterious attacker, the slandering of the anonymous account. Maybe the Yun was trying to escape from it all, even for a brief moment.
워치에 또 뭐 있어요? 너무 보시는데.
페이터 쌈박질 보는 거야?
이번엔 메타 정보를 까보라는 흐름이야.
사진이 가짜일지도 모른다는 거지.
Mm-hmm. Blobhole didn't hesitate to counter Essenyan.
이거야. 워치 없는 사람 저뿐인가요?
You have your tablet, honey. Tell you could just get your tablet, you know? We know that you have it. From the other two routes. Tell interrupted, do you?
저도 좀 봐요.
If the photo is real, disclose its metadata. You don't know what it is. The photo is metadata. Understand? It can't disclose the time the photo was taken. We can know it's true. If you can't do so, cut the crap and just show the photo info. The half of the stage must be fallen down, so it's nearly impossible to kill someone and take a picture in such a small space if they are not a ninja.
찍소리 못하는데?
I mean, I find it more important, not so much the hour at which the photo was taken, because that's clearly of the stage, so it doesn't matter. What matters in this situation is who took the photo. Like, from where it was taken, because again, it could just be a photo that Hessian took. But we know that this like phones and everything are like pseudo prototypes, like it's for show. But they still have like internal codes, like even if they're not under the name of the person who wears it, it should have some level of information as to, you know, who the maker of the product is. And that's enough to prove that it's not them, because they're the only people who have the stupid watches. God. It's not even the time that matters. What would you think that the time matters when it was taken, when it's on the stage? I guess you could say that, like, oh, they took it on the stage, so it has to be at a point in time where no one was in the stage. But, like, nobody's gonna care about that as much as they should care about who took the photo in the first place. Looks like this troll's tongue tied.
가짜면 뭘 짓거리든 신경 끌 수 있겠지만요.
Yep. Again, like, the issue is never really the time. Like, the time is all over the place. We know that the murder didn't happen at 2 a.m. They just found the corpse at 2 a.m. And even then, like, even if they have found it at 2 a.m., it's still coincidence enough. It's about like where, not where. It's like it's about how it was taken, like what was used to take it.
그럼 서혜성은 대체
Please post a piece of evidence instead of a comment, Sionyan. Are you drawing an info window on the photo? What's taking you so long?
올라왔어.
Oh, okay. It's so pathetic to see people try to deny reality. Okay. Tell it, yeah. Oh, that's pretty big resolution. 18 10 04 23 22 17 flash did not fire 3 yeah, okay, see, but here's the thing that matters. I don't give a shit about when it was taken. I care about this shit. Like, the camera model, that's the important part. Also, damn, really, ISO speed 640 for your ISO? Really? Well, I guess it's dark. I guess that makes sense. Like, it's dark, but also, like, the important thing is the camera model, because you can search if the camera model is for the goddamn phone watch thing. God. The building was almost collapsed at 11, and the GPS points to the venue. Unbelievable. Joe suddenly shut up, ran away after seeing the evidence. It's possible to modify the photo's metadata, but there are no signs of altering or editing the photo. Except for, you know, the part when it was, like, blurred. Hey, the brand was blurred of the camera. That's important. I'm gonna become the Joker. And people say the place of the photo is the stage, so chances are the photo was taken inside the fallen stage. Thank you for the reporting, but we couldn't confirm that there are other survivors. Is it a ghost? I soon revealed that metadata. The cardboard Duyun and plug hollow card. His head began to pound like crazy. Yun barely managed to get up on his knees.
그렇다면
Look, it's fine.
SC는 정말 여기 있다는 거야?
No, they're not, Han. It's fine.
그럼 정말
No, he wasn't. People, please think about it. Think about this. It's like, camera is the most important part, and it's the one thing that you do. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm pushing my cheeks to it. I'm gonna call the Joker. Like, this is so easy to resolve. Like, this is the easiest thing to resolve, because if you don't, like, the one thing that you have to do is like, oh, but you blur the camera model, put on the put information on what the camera model is. I want to know. And then you corner them, because the second they post the camera model, you can figure out where the camera comes from. It's clearly a photo that Hesiod took at some point, got uploaded to the cloud, and this person got it. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm becoming the Joker.
말이 되는 얘긴가?
여기까지 오면 아니라고만 하기도.
You people are so stupid.
한 번에 안 밀리네, 이 자식은.
There was a sense of panic in their voices because they're stupid. Leon barely managed to straighten himself up because he's stupid.
알겠어.
He managed to blur some words out through clenched teeth like a stupid person.
뭐라고 해도 밝혀내야겠어.
Who do you think you are, sweetie Sherlock Holmes? Oh hey, it's 3 a.m. Damn it, Essenian wouldn't back down. The metadata is uploaded. That was easy for him to say. He didn't feel offended. He could feel the anxiety dying out. What should we do now? We've changed punches. It's our turn out. Now you really need to help me. You should verify the metadata Essenian has disclosed.
검증한다고?
Yeah, verify it. Let's piece together what happened. The photo Essenian posted shows what exactly?
S승연의 사진.
Is a stage. Like, that's a stage. You can look at the first photo again.
이건 틀림없이
Yeah, that's a stage. Wait, is it the stage? No, yeah, because the other ones are all the other rooms. Yeah, that's the stage.
어두워서 불확실하지만 아마 무대일 거야.
Yeah, that's too open to not be anything but the stage. The collapsed stage, it must be the stage that was on TV. Yes, I just wanted to cross-check.
무대가 확실해. 잠깐. 크로스 체크라고?
I mean, it's obviously the stage. You would have to be an idiot not to notice that. Cross-checking whom? Cross-checking whom, sir? Whom, I asked? You don't need to know. Plug hole? If you keep being this annoying, I'm not gonna plug your holes, slut. Let's go to the next step. Essenian hit the camera model part in the metadata of the image. Oh yeah, it's like that's the important part. God. Why did they hide only that part? Strange, isn't it? No, it's not, because if they reveal it, like, the entire thing falls apart. Like, I get it. You're trying to maintain the mystery. It's not a mystery. The game makes it as obvious as possible. Like, it's not even like, oh, I'm used to play this kind of game, so I can, like, just get the plot twist, like, 2 seconds before they happen. Like, I see all of the plot twists about to happen. It's like, no, the game is very direct about what's going to happen. The game tells you this shit. Before discussing that, let's take a look at the time. Information in the metadata is 23:22. I want to talk about the time. The photo was taken at 23:22. So, what were the others doing at 12:22 p.m.?
11시 22분? 그쯤에 우리는
Ringtones. Collapse. I mean, we were checking the phones technically, so it had to be around here, right?
구조대가 벨소리 바꿔달라고 했던 거 언제쯤이었지?
Yeah, around that time. You could briefly stare at Duyun.
11시 반 전쯤이었어.
Yes.
너 벨소리 설정 안 했으면 큰일 날 뻔했었지.
Yeah, literally I get a dead end for that. Thanks for reminding me. But I was on the stage at that time.
잠깐. 그렇다면
Yeah, it's almost like you're realizing what's going on, Han. See? Like, I get that this is a mystery, again, but this would be much more interesting, I feel, if instead of having, like, the camera model just, you know, blurred, they put the details of the camera, and then you have to, like, figure out, like, it can't just have, like, a weird denomination. Like, the entire process requires you to actually figure out that that camera is the camera that is on the phone. Because it's obviously gonna be that camera. There's nothing else. Especially because of the shape of the photo. It's too square for it to not be the camera of a phone of a watch of this kind, quote unquote. Because you want something that looks good on that resolution. That's usually how camera works. Like, you make some, like, the cameras usually work so they look good on the resolution of the thing that is used to take them. Unless you're, you know, taking a panoramic and shit, but that's different options. So, like, of course it's gonna be, like, incredibly square because your fucking phone smartwatch thingy is square. I'm just like, there's so many stuff here that is so easy to reason. Like, there's no mystery here. I'm just gonna become the Joker. Wait, then how did they take that picture? How did they take a picture? We have to rule out everything that's impossible, leaving only the possible explanation. You know where this leads. If the photo was taken there, it would have been taken by one of you. You instinctively glance at the rest of the group. If someone here took the photo, who could it have been? Oh, you know, the only person who could take photos. You have no clue whatsoever. Let's talk over the phone. No. Hell no. My honest reaction to that. Using data service is much better. We can't call, but still, we use Father on Messenger. Can you see? Seonyun is really here with us, you mean? Hiding somewhere to take the picture? No, Han. Think about it for 2 seconds. Look at the photo, see if it was taken from a hiding place.
전혀 그런 각도가 아니었어.
Yeah, it's almost like... Again, how do you not remember this? I know it was at the very beginning. I know that 2 people have died, so you're kind of occupied, but please, we had this like hours ago. The writing in this game is gonna kill me. No, it was taken from the stage. Well, then let me ask you a very important question. Anyone there have a smartphone? No, all of us are using only Messenger and Father on our smartwatches. That's a device I'm not familiar with. Then I'll change the question. Smartwatch or whatever. Whatever. Has a camera. One of the contestants, Blade Hazian, was wearing a watch with a camera. Jeez, that's not fair. Only he had a watch with a camera. Well, thanks for confirming that. Is he near you? I was told not to touch his body, so he is still there in the place where he was found. Would you do me a big favor, please? Can you go check his watch? In particular, check if his watch has the photo that was posted on the Father. Leon lowered his watch and thought briefly. Check Hesian's photo on Hesian's watch. What does that even mean? His head swirled with confusing thoughts. Dude. I'm on it. I'll be back to you soon. Leon stared at the group. My honest reaction to that? Guys, I'm gonna go touch a dead body. It's gonna be the most interesting thing that has happened in the last like 4 hours of gameplay. I'm not even joking. The common route takes an hour. Fast forwarding the entirety of it. Why is this game like this? Why is this game so bad? Why have I inflicted that into myself? Why am I doing this? I hate it. He looked at the rest of the group. They looked worried and confused. Duyan took his chin and opened his eyes.
S 승연이 올린 사진 혜성이 워치에서 나온 건지도 몰라요.
Their eyes widened, as he had expected.
서혜성은 죽었잖아요.
Yes.
한참 멍 때리다 뭔 소리야?
No! Look, it makes perfect sense, you piece of shit. Maybe you would have gotten into that if you had also thought with me. You're all so stupid!
혜성이가 왜?
He took a photo and he just uploaded it to the crowd. And this person just got it from the crowd. You're all so stupid! We talked about this before! This is not new information! You know about metadata and you don't know that the photos get uploaded to the cloud? Woman! I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm definitely gonna become the Joker. Jesus Christ. They're infuriating.
도윤아, 생각이 지나쳐.
No, I'm not. I know that you killed him. Shut the fuck up, Hugh. Duyan explained why they needed to check the watch. But he didn't mention anything about plug hole. Nobody would trust an idea from some anonymous source. It's not like he's the only person who has any common sense, even though I think he's an idiot also.
발상은 그렇다 쳐도 혼자 가는 건 안 돼.
But I wanna go alone. So you know, if nothing is gonna happen, I'm not gonna get killed. Shut the fuck up.
동감이야. 갈 거면 같이 가.
Yaoi, bait, I know that you killed the guy. Please.
다시 간다고요? 거길?
Oh, we're going all together. Okay, I thought it was gonna be me and Yaoi guy. I mean, Yaoi bait. Who is it? Yeah, okay, whatever. It's the same shit.
언제 또 진동이 올지 몰라. 아니면 범인이...
Duyan took a step forward towards Sale.
세일아, 같이 가보자.
Just the two of us?
네? 제가요?
Probably.
왜요?
Okay, Sale, I'm gonna be honest. I think that you're gonna get killed. I assume the game is gonna, the game is gonna let me talk to you so I can raise your relationship levels. So I can, like, see all of your stuff before you die. I'm gonna assume it's that. Because, no offense, honey, of the people who are likely to die, top 10, you're definitely going to die. Like, you're so fucked. You have the face of someone who's fucked. He was about to jump out of his skin.
혼자 다니는 게 문제면 둘이 가면 돼.
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
무대엔 이나, 영희 누나랑 규혁이 형이 있으면 안심이야.
Yeah, Hyuk is not gonna kill any of them. I mean, he will kill women, but I don't think he's gonna kill any of them.
워치에 대해 물어볼 게 있으면 세일이 네가 큰 도움이 될 거야.
Will he?
도움...
Yes.
그래요. 알겠어요. 같이 가봐요.
쎄하다 싶으면 바로 나와야 돼.
언니 말 들어라. 알았지?
Sure. Hyuk don't kill any of the women. He's not gonna kill them, but still.
역시나 후달리네요.
Come on, he's been dead for a while. It's fine.
확인할 거 하시고 궁금한 건 말씀해 주세요. 저는 누가 갑자기 오진 않나 망 볼 테니까요.
고마워. 금방 끝낼게.
He patted Sale on the shoulder and went inside. Wait, I missed out on something. Isn't his watch locked with a password? I can't crack it. Everyone uses the same passwords in the watches and sponsored products. What a poor sense of information security. Yeah, you don't say. Any chance that Father could be hacked? Each Father account is bound to the watch app. It's not even possible to switch accounts. This means that even if a B-Stars contestant has their official account stolen, no one can write a post without the watch. People are asking, so then all those corny posts that came earlier were written by you guys. The earlier posts were written by a staff member at the end of the first round of the finals. We were only allowed to write posts starting in the second round. I see. I just thought you wrote all those annoying posts. Okay, what's the password? What's the watch model number and password? You know, that would be my reaction to that changing expression. Yeah, same, dude, same.
비번을 알려달라고?
You can turn around to check on Sale. He was staring at the entrance with a worried look on his face. I mean, in this situation, I feel like it would make the most sense to just share it. BAW320, no, well, that's zero, yeah. EC password 1803. Thanks. Investigating the watch now. Wish me luck, mwah. Send me kisses on through the internet. Don't kiss me through the phone. It could be a mistake, but he had no better idea at the moment. Ian shook his wrist and looked towards Hession's watch. Yeah. He groaned upon touching the cold body.
왜요? 무슨 일인데요?
Yes, I'm just touching a corpse. Kinda freaky, you know how it is.
아니야. 별일 아니야.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, you know, the corpse poking. Dion raised his hand to assure Sale. He entered the password and checked the screen.
사람한테는 없는 사진 앨범.
Aha. He opened the album. Yep, there it is. Fucking called it. Fucking called it because it's super obvious. The photo that Seong-yeon had uploaded was right there. At the same time, a certain memory crossed Doo-yeon's mind.
자, 그지? 이렇게, 요렇게. 이 워치 2개 라인으로 나와. 뒤에 C 붙은 건 카메라 있고 빠진 모델은 없어.
What about the moment when they were talking about the smartwatch which was sponsored? The photo posted on the social media was the one taken at the time. Here's the photo. I remember Hyeseon took that photo. The model number of the watch must be written there. EAW320EC. This leads us to another question. How was the photo from the watch made it to... That's deed. How did the photo from the watch made it to Seong-yeon? Choose your answer. First, that person conspired with Seong-yeon. He sent the photo to them. 2. Seong-yeon stole the photo from the dead person's watch. In this case, we need to figure out how. I mean, obviously.
공모 같은 건 말이 안 돼.
Conspiracy would be kind of stupid, especially because he's Hyeseong. He's not... He wasn't smart enough for that shit, I feel. Hyeseong wouldn't have sent the photo. Seong-yeon must have taken the photo out of his device somehow. We must find out how it was done. You know how Seong-yeon took the photo?
사진을 빼낼 만한 방법이라면
The cloud. The cloud. The cloud.
백업. 사진 찍으면 클라우드로 저장한댔지.
Yeah, that.
거기 접근이 가능하면 사진을 빼낼 수 있어.
The camera on Hanson's watch. All the photos that the watch takes will be stored in the cloud drive. As Yun could have downloaded the photo from there. You did a good job, Duyun. You did a good Duyun job. I have nothing left to teach you. Go open your own business. Oh, actually, not yet. The photo on the cloud drive must be the original version with the metadata. I thought so. I'm gonna send you something fun. Check it out.
이건
Yep, there it is. Camera brand B. Yeah, almost like, yeah. We've been known, yeah. It was a photo uploaded by Sen Young. The capture image also revealed the camera model.
혜성이 스마트워치야.
Yes. Voila! How did you get it? I put in the cloud drive link to the camera app on Hession's watch. I couldn't believe the username was the same as the father username. I entered the common password. I knew the contestants were told not to change the settings, but it's over the top. What a security hole. Can the backup server be accessed from outside? I could access it with my PC. Do the smartwatches support web browsing? No. How about switching to another account? Nope. Then it's a useless device. I won't buy it. I mean, it's a smartwatch. Who in their right mind buys a smartwatch in the first place? Like, what is a phone for? You don't need watches, you can have phones. God. Thank you, Plughole, for being like the one person with, I don't know, common sense. Don't buy smartwatches, just get a good phone, like a normal person. God. Now you get my point. Yes, Yun is just an attention seeker. There's gotta be someone out there who knows your common password. Just like me. Okay. Let's reveal Yun's identity then. Not yet, this is not enough. It's just bait. To trap Yun with this piece of evidence, we must prove that the original copy belongs to someone else. Got it? Posting on Father involves losing all of the data of the photo, so we should upload our photo along with the metadata, just like Yun did. So if you posted, brag about hacking someone's cloud server? No way, that'll drive us into a problematic situation later.
아니, 여기까지 와서
Dude, you still have Hession's watch. Then what should we do? Yun is not in a good position since the metadata cannot be checked on a smartwatch. The point is, we have found out how Yun could get the photo, but that alone is not enough. People will get confused over who's right if Yun denies all that. We need a smoking gun. Like what? Like I know who you are thingy. The best way to defeat a troll is to reveal their identity. Basically, just dox the motherfucker. They're only saying those things because they've been able to stay anonymous. To win, we must take off the troll's mask. But if Yun keeps denying, this will happen if we miss it, but we hit the bullseyes then. But if we hit the bullseyes then, they won't be able to deny it. We must entangle them with solid evidence to break the whole frame. Easier said than done. How can we know who they are? Now we know Yun got the photo, just narrow down the list. Find out who hates you and Hession, the last and second to last in ranking respectively. Yun seems to have a grudge considering their murder threat. and figure out who's likely to enter the cloud backup server. If you can, find other evidence too. Now get back to your friends and stay with them. I'd be missing you if you only hung out with me. I'll be having fun with SN Young in the meantime. See ya! Will said what he wanted to say and just disappeared. Thanks, plug hole.
드러내야 끝난다.
I'm still not gonna plug your holes, slut. Ian shoot over the message. Hessian appeared out of nowhere to taunt the survivors and left everyone bewildered with Hessian's death. The confusion would just grow if Duyun didn't do anything about it. After pondering for a moment, Duyun turned his steps.
세일아, 끝난 것 같아.
Yeah, I'm finished with the corpse.
네. 뭐 좀 찾으셨어요?
Yeah, I found things that were completely obvious and all of you should have noticed them before, but they're, you know, they're a cast of idiots.
덕분이야. 고마워.
역시 혼자보다는 둘이 낫죠.
돌아가자. 가서 하고 싶은 얘기가 있어.
Tilted his head to the side, feeling curious, but soon led Duyun back to the group.
이렇게 사진을 올린 거였어.
대체 뭐 하는 개자식이야? 확 페이터에 까고 난장 제대로 피워봐?
No, sweetie. Another time.
도윤이 말대로 더 엉망이 될 거야.
뚜껑 열리잖아 저거!
Ina, go take a nap.
사진을 빼돌렸다고 꼭 바깥 사람이란 뜻은 아니야.
Just go take an angry nap like a normal person.
서혜성 사건의 범인이 아니라는 단서도 아니고요.
정말 범인 같으면 특정한 때 경찰에 제보할 수도 있을 거예요.
경찰? 그래 뭐 신고는 해야겠지.
There was some controversy when Duyun suggested that he would reveal Sen Young's identity.
난 찬성이야. 어떤 놈인지 진짜 궁금하거든.
전 조금 잘못 찍으면 페이터에서 얻어 터질 수도 있어요.
Ah, it's Twitter. What's he gonna do?
우린 생존자일 뿐이야. 밝히는 것까진 우리 소관이 아니잖아.
뭐라도 단서가 있다면 괜찮지만 무리하는 건 반대야.
Shut up. You say that because you're guilty.
눈 가리고 귀 막은 채로 넘기려고도 해봤잖아요. 그치만 끝나질 않아요. 외면하는 걸로는 적이 쏠리는 신경을 끊을 수가 없어요. 정체를 알아낼 거예요. 페이터에서 아예 사라지게 할 거라고요.
You know, there's something that I haven't mentioned yet, which is funny to me. So, this game is voice acted, like the original voice acting is in Korean. There's a Japanese dub and there's an English dub. The funny thing about the Japanese dub is that it's the only one that changes the names of every single character. Like in the Japanese dub, all of the characters are like they have their names changed for like Japanese names. I'm not even kidding, you can check it. So all of them like just, you know, they get a Japanese name. And like do you like I don't remember what his first name is, but his name Aoba. And all I can think is like, oh honey, you would look very good in Dramatical Murder. You have the outfit for it. You could be a side character in Dramatical Murder. You could. You could fit the bill. You can't be Aoba, but you could definitely fit the bill for the setting. You have the looks. Duyun made up his mind. The rest of the group seemed to agree that Sen Young's presence was a problem.
범위 다시 한번 말해봐.
두 가지였지?
출연자 비번 정보를 알거나 알 수도 있는 사람.
또 이 사고를 보고도 익명 계정으로 날뛸 동기가 있는 사람.
혹시 또 뭐가 있을까?
제 시청자들보다 출연자에 대한 정보가 많았어요. 질을 떠나서
방송 관계자든가 친한 사람일 수도 있겠네.
Info. There were 3 possible cases. It might be possible to narrow it down further to a certain pool if investigated further. You have to use further twice in that sentence. Ian gulp and step forward. Oh boy.
도윤아,
Hi, Gary, wait.
어?
페이터 보다 보니까 좀 숨이 막혀서 할 얘기가 있으면 직접 해줄래?
알겠어. 괜찮아?
괜찮아. 좀 갑갑한 느낌이 드는 것뿐이야.
Let's see what's on fodder. What is this for? Oh, photo. Doesn't she look like my friend? You can easily answer my question if you have any eyes to see. Yeah, that's just Ina. God, she was adorable, like with the glasses. Why did she have to go blonde? Absolutely ruin a perfectly good nerd. Look at this baby. She's adorable. Ruin. Ruin is what I said. Beautiful photo. Okay. Shiny something. I must have received a scholarship out of necessity. Okay. Okay. He was just someone with the same name. Group chat room nearly exploded with too many messages. It was from a rich family. I hate that he looks better like this. It's like they ruin also a perfectly good nerd. Limited testimony. He said he knew nothing about Hugh's family matters. Right. And of course. Go in silence on me. You're behind it. It's not an amateur thing to hide IP addresses to spread some rumors. They're not done with Hessian yet. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's very easy to hide your IP address. Like, everybody can get a fucking VPN in this day and age. I know that this is in... Wait, this happens in 2018. You can't tell me that you don't know how to get a VPN. Is it like a Korean thing? Like, is it rare to have VPNs in Korea? Is that what it is? Like, just it's not that hard. It's a bait mentioned to identify Estonian's IP. And that means somewhere in Africa. Yeah, like, wait, Africa? That's weird. Like, of all the places to get your IP? Most people get, like, I don't know, United States IP, Japan IPs, like European IPs usually. Depends on what you're trying to get, but European is the most common. Okay, moving to contestants. That's a photo. Please spread false information. Please report it or the side of it. When a greater number of reports or track response. Okay. And that's about it, I guess. Who do I start with? I'm gonna start with you then. I'm gonna lower my sanity, I can feel it.
그거야.
Grudge. Hessian had so many haters.
글쎄.
But haters and people holding a grudge are not the same.
그렇다고 볼 수
Not
있죠.
so much these days. People are so impatient these days that they can't do anything once they are pissed off. Still spoke again after a brief pause.
근데
Speaking of
그게-
haters, you were also getting quite a fair share of haters recently. Fucking knew it. I know, come to think of it, S. Sengyun specifically mentioned Hession and me.
저
In that
그런데요?
sense, how about your man members? As a suspect, you mean? Leon held his breath for a second.
아니야.
Look at him! He was a perfectly good fanboy! He's wearing eyeliner! He looks so good! Ruin a perfectly good fanboy! I hate it! Ugh. God. Ruin, I say. No, Masquerade is very special to me.
그거야.
I'm not talking about what you think. You never know what other people, your other members think about you. The record deal had been cancelled and the team was breaking down from inside. Duyun didn't want to spoil anything, but he had to oppose the deal because he wanted to keep everyone together and protect the band. You remember the time they had spent together and the euphoric moments of their live concerts.
말하자면
No matter what you think about them, they might think differently. That's true. But he said he wanted to protect the band. The members opposing his decision were just sneering at him. Mutual protest. Dion shook his head. But I'm not as Young's only target. Any of my band members as a suspect, that would be absurd.
알겠어요.
I was just suggesting not to leave out any possibility.
혹시
What about the staff? As Young impersonated Young? Anyone on your mind?
그렇다는 건
Whoa, that really widens the suspect pool. It's likely that Hession earned the grudge of the staff from shows other than Beastars as well. We might get lost if we consider all of them. Assumption grudge.
그럴지도.
Didn't manage passwords securely. They unilaterally set up all of our watches with the same password to make it easy to manage them.
그래도
But at least not every staff member knows the password, right?
그렇죠.
Right, only the relevant staff knows about it, I guess. The staff are all too busy to mind others' business. So you can really nail down the suspects among the staff. Still scratch his lips with his finger.
어쩔 수 없.
We tend to answer not clearly in defense of ourselves. If anything bad happens, the staff are the first ones whom powder users will nag at.
그래.
Yeah, I know that. It always has been like that. If we widen our perspective a bit more, hacking is another possible explanation. Our accounts have always been vulnerable to hacking due to the poor security level. Maybe your accounts are already hacked by someone other. Okay, a hacker assumption.
그게요.
If we limit the scope to people who hold personal information of contestants,
그거 있잖아.
that narrows down the scope, does it?
그게요.
I could be wrong, but the only Beastar staff should be considered, not even all of them.
그리고
And there are agencies we outsource to background checks to. That's about it.
사실은
No, there's another group that we shouldn't miss. Sel pointed his finger to absent-minded Duyun,
네.
the audition contestants. As saying goes, the beacon does not shine on its own base. I never heard that one.
네?
Who's this?
그게
Some of the father users think he's Ina.
이럴 줄.
Don't they have anything better to do? Still sighed and looked away from the watch. She didn't look alike at first glance, but there's some similarity.
그치만요.
One thing is clearly different, her name. Isn't that the most important ID? They are totally different people. God damn it, the sneezes. Why am I so sneezy? They ought to be praying for a safe rescue instead. Tel clenched his messenger backstrap. His other hand was pointed at Duyun's watch. Don't pay attention to their nonsense.
아시겠어요?
We shouldn't get swayed by some stupid rumors while being trapped in here. We don't have time for riddles. I mean, it's clearly her, but whatever.
이제 알겠어요.
I guess he was a truly mysterious person to the core.
그럴까?
I can't believe I didn't know about the accident.
그거야.
You had chance to draw the line, you know. Although we barely notice it because he's kind most of the time. I sense that he likes to keep distance from people in a very polite manner. You can continue while looking at the watch.
그래도
I guess the post wasn't intended for criticizing him.
네.
Looks like he's made no enemies so far. Unlike Hessian's friends who were allowed to get him. I guess he's always in first place for a good reason.
한마디로
Everything just works out for him, be it career, money, or fame. They'll stop mumbling and flinch after assessing Duyun's case.
그리고
He's also lucky. I just envy his everything, talent, luck, and family background. Although he's now just one of the survivors waiting for rescue.
정말요?
You say Seung Young was using a foreign IP, right?
맞아.
Right, the IP traces back to Africa.
100%예요.
That's typical. They disguise their IP to hide their identity.
저기
Does that mean we can catch them? We can if we're able to track them down. Sel adjusted his glasses and looked Duyun straight in his eyes.
아무래도요.
It's not easy to get to the tracing phase.
그래도
God damn it, the sneezes! Why am I so sneezy? I'm going to die from the sneezes. I remember reading an article that said we just have to gather data and submit it.
불확실해요.
Oh god, again. I hate temperature changes. They just make me so sneezy. How are we supposed to do that when we're all trapped inside? You're right, it's not like we can do something with the watch.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Just pray that somebody out there is keeping record of everything from Pater. The Senyon has to pay them for raising hell, whether they're a murderer or an internet freak. For being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
한마디로
Wasn't expecting anything, it's highly unlikely they would take care of this immediately.
대체
I wonder how long they would neglect them like this, everyone's disturbed.
도윤이 형.
That's typical of Father. It's a foreign service after all, owned by a piece of shit billionaire. Hi, Elon Musk.
아무래도요.
We could get the warrant next day, but there's nothing we can do if they take months to process the case.
그게
You don't have a branch here?
네.
It's been years since they first talked about establishing it here. You know what that means. And why did we start to get the official accountant?
그거야.
They have to, it's got the most users. Those guys turned to the Ian's watch.
말하자면
They were fully aware that there are many malicious users. Vistas already considered the heavy amount of complaints it would get from Father users.
어쩔 수 없죠.
The bigger the pool, the bigger the response. As you know, you need to be interested in someone to beat them up. Seal nodded, but his face turned grim again. But I didn't know things would get this bad.
네?
Do you want to hear some more?
그랬어.
I've been meeting Seung Young as contestants. I wonder how the staff thought about her, and that's why I'm asking you. He'll change his posture after a brief hesitation.
한마디로
First of all, we are sharing a common opinion about our relationship with her. We all agree that we're at Seung Young's disposal. We call ourselves disposable tools because she uses us once and then throws us away.
그런
I didn't know she was that bad. That's because she'd never treat you, her products for sale, in a bad manner.
인정해요.
Of course, they are treated differently from us.
저기
How do you respond?
네?
Me? Yeah, if she treated you like that, I wonder what it would have been like.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Of course she treated me like that. I was angry, but I had to bear with it. It's true that I'm not a skilled veteran in this field. Still shrugged his shoulders.
내 생각은
That's what you think, but you did so many things throughout the show. You don't deserve to be treated like a tool.
도윤이 형.
Thank you for saying that. I would have felt much better at workplace if she had been just like you.
그거야.
I'd be thankful if that's how you feel. Still slowly nodded. Yun could barely see his eyes behind his glasses. Some people think they are of a higher class. Those who properly serve the contestants
대체
would say such a thing.
서혜성.
That's what Hyeseon used to say. Yun didn't know what to say. The staff weren't happy with Hyeseon either. Ignored and looked down on us as if he were better than us. Hehe.
아무래도
It's not impossible. It's not like anyone cares about security. Hacking into the account would have been easy if someone put their mind to it.
저기
I thought everyone received the security training. Still shrugged his shoulders.
그거야.
Maybe the executives and full-time workers,
그치만
but there were many part-timers working at the studio. Considering their low wage, you can't expect too much from them regarding the security confidentiality issue.
있잖아.
Don't they sign a contract? There must be some provisions concerning the security rules.
도윤이 형.
Do you remember everything that was written on the contract? I did peruse a few sections. You're a contestant, so that makes sense, but that's you. Most of them just sign the paper without reading a sentence. I mean, you need the money.
Oh?
The agencies you outsourced the background checks to?
그게
What were they like? I'm not sure how to answer that.
한마디로
As far as I know, the work was divided among a number of subcontractors.
그러면
So did you guys hire multiple subcontractors? Yes, because in the beginning there are so many contestants, although the numbers rapidly decrease over time. Still hesitated and lowered his head.
근데 그게
But all the contestants have been terminated.
어?
All of them?
그렇죠.
Right. Still glanced at Duyun to check his complexion. Anyway, I'm sure they couldn't have easily leaked the information. I told you before, there was an indemnity clause in the contract. I mean, that doesn't mean you don't get screwed by them. But I guess you have a point.
아니었어.
It doesn't sound like something they would do. If they get caught, they won't be able to cope with the aftermath of compensation and stuff.
정답이죠.
Beastars collapse, not the production company. Background checking is their job. If they get caught wrecking havoc at a time like this, they might have to face a lawsuit.
맞아.
For them to act out of spite, the stakes are too high. So spoke again after a brief pause. It's better to just keep one's mouth shut when the situation is very unstable. Even if Seon Young was involved, I'm sure they did it on a personal level. The agency will never come forward to admit it. That party involved, okay. Here we go.
그게
Someone who might hold a grudge.
저기
Maybe seldom more so for Hyeseon, Seungyeon, and me.
어?
Why is that? Because Seungyeon apparently impersonated or mentioned our names in their murder threats. Young seemed to be chewing over what she had just said. Young shortly raised her head and opened her mouth.
글쎄.
Well, I don't see it that way. Then my nose. At the end of the day, they attacked everyone.
난
And the things about me and Hyuk were unknown to the public.
그래요.
Yeah, your barista story and his scholarship story were certainly unknown to many people. Seungyeon was ahead of the show while Hyeseon and you were in the lowest ranks. I think you three were mentioned for that reason. Do you think they're holding a grudge against all of the top 5?
확실하지 않아.
If it gets that far, I really have nothing to say. I can't think of anyone. Maybe they tricked us into wasting our time seeking explanations.
확실히
The password policy was unbelievably loose. How many people might know the password? I can't even count. Especially when it's an easy password, like 4 numbers. Like, come on, you can like crack that in like minutes. Young was good at handling electronic devices. She strongly opposed the password policy when it was delivered. I kept telling them there would be a security issue. But I never thought the cloud would be so vulnerable.
그러니까
I had no idea because Hyeseon's watch was the only one with the service. Young mumbled something while looking at her watch.
혹시나
kept telling
했는데
them we should all be given a different password. Yeah, the staff was kind of lazy.
맞아요.
They were too complacent in their work. If retrieving the watches was so important, they could have factory reset it later. I'm surprised to hear you say the word factory reset. I thought you were digitally literate, analog. I can't believe she called me illiterate. You just spoke your mind?
아니야.
No, but listen, I wanted to talk about something else. The watches were given during the first round of the finals. All the contestants at the time also learned about the password policy and accounts. Duyun got Yu-Young's point.
그런가요?
The top 10, they all know. I'm not sure if they were aware of the other contestants' accounts,
분명해.
but one thing is for sure, that top 10 clearly knew about the password policy. But 10 people isn't a very small pool of suspects. Appointment.
도윤아,
With her hand on the side of her head, Yoon asked Duyun,
여기 올 때 몇 위가 목표였어?
거기까진 못 정했었어요. 생방 갈 거라곤 생각도 못 했고요.
거기다 혼자 올라왔지.
그건 정말 꿈에도 생각 못 했네요.
to be fair, that wasn't unexpected, that was accidental.
누나는 목표가 몇이었어요?
I still have coffee left.
당연히 우승이지. 1위. 연습생 때부터 목표는 항상 높게 잡았어.
어떻게 가능해요, 그런 게?
할 수 있겠다 싶은 데서 한 단계 위로 목표를 잡아. 일단 한 걸음씩 올라가는 걸 최우선으로 해.
That's a good method.
한 걸음씩. 빌 어버드 땐 구호도 있었어.
Yoon fell silent and stared at Jin for a moment.
한 걸음씩 올라가면 꿈을
Ah, she looks
이룬다.
cute. She looks cute. Yoon mumbled to herself.
팀 같은 목표를 보고 있었네요.
꿈을 이루는 게 1순위였어. 그건 지금도 마찬가지야. 그치만 다시 시작하려니 아무 데서도 받아주질 않았어. 방법은 여기 오디션 뿐이었지.
무섭진 않았어요. 다시 사람들 앞에 서는 거.
기가 꺾이긴 했어. 또 그때처럼 난타당하면 버틸 수 있을지.
비슷한 상황을 만나긴 했었잖아요.
Yoon slowly raised her head.
달라졌더라고. 내가 그때보다 더 단단해진 부분이 있었어. 가끔 넘어져도 포기하지 않으려는 마음이. 난타 당하면서 더 명확한 형태가 되었달까?
형태라면 창이에요? 아니면 방패?
재미있는 질문이네, 한도윤.
Yoon took a step back, running her hand through her hair.
방패였어. 여기가 무너지기 전까진.
무너지고 난 지금은요.
새삼 외면해선 안 됐던 일들을 돌아보게 됐어. 그래서일까 조금씩 창 모양이 잡히는 느낌이야.
Once more. my sanity is so good. Anyway, we're technically at time, but let's just finish like your stuff and then I'll save.
맞아.
Some of them must have come from a close person, an insider.
그런가요?
Do you think we should consider the staff?
아무래도
Yes, maybe. I think it was a close person, think she's done it up. All of our stories came from Seung Young, and there's only one person. You noted at Yu Young's remark. After pondering for a moment, Yu Young raised her head. If we're to focus on Beastar staff, maybe we should ask Sel for his opinion. I mean, I did.
그게
It was posted on my timeline as well.
그런가요?
Her name is different. She could have changed her name.
아니야.
It has nothing to do with resolving our matter at hand. What's important right now is Seung Young's and Hesiun's attacker. And that's an effort to shake off our anxiety.
네.
Right, I shouldn't have focused on it. Ian put her hands together on her chest.
일단은
It's not a good time to validate and confirm even this. I mean, we're focusing on father because it's important. But we need to get our priorities straight. But I wanna talk about it.
근데
Maybe they didn't know because they had no interest.
아무래도
Nobody knows about other people's family matters unless they were told. Anyway, many of the posts were written just for the heck of it. Yeah, who'd want to miss a chance to throw a comment at a time like this?
어?
It's an experience. I thought you didn't know much about father. I'm learning my life lessons from this accident. Well, I guess it's not just about father. Yung dangled her arms from her waist.
확실히
Yugyex is keeping quiet about it, so we shouldn't say anything more about it. Let's just focus on what we were trying to figure out for now. You know about Seung Young?
역시
It's rather common. Hiding your IP to avoid detection. For example, you can use a VPN to disguise your IP as if it's from a foreign country. Which means they had it all planned out.
맞아.
Right, and there's another thing. Yoon stopped for a minute and stared at Do-yoon. What can we learn from the fact that they disguised their IP? I mean, I wouldn't say they have to be experienced because like the first thing you should do if you're gonna be like a little shit on the internet is to get a VPN. Like even a cheap one or a free one, you should get a VPN, but the game doesn't seem to think that way for some kind of a reason.
아마도
This is not the first time. They are experienced and know how to hide.
그래.
I agree. They created an anonymous account and hid their IP before appearing. I don't think this was Seungyeon's first time. This one knows what they're doing. Yep. Today is not a good day. I have the sneezes, I cough, I'm dying, Squirtle. It'd be like that. There are lots of trolls, but only a few would go through the trouble of obscuring their IP.
그럼-
Instead of the whole thing using their past knowledge and experience. I don't think they came in as prepared. They have been acting quite impulsively and never forgot to hide their tail. For Seungyeon, this wasn't the first time, I'm sure of it. Okay. Was delayed.
분명히
Someone must have retorted Seungyeon from outside,
아니요.
but they haven't done anything in response yet.
그치만
They've been acting up for hours already. They are taking way too long. I saw some complaints about their tardiness, but now that I'm in this, it's really serious. It would take a lot of my mind if we don't have to see their posts.
그래.
Yeah, I just hope everything will be taken care of. And that we'll later find out that Seungyeon was behind all of this. Yoon quietly dropped her head. But considering the fact that you haven't taken any measures yet, we can't just sit around and wait. We're not mentally fit for that either right now. I agree, and that's why we're having a discussion now.
그런가?
Later, staff members. I'm not even sure if grudge is the right word to use here.
그럼
Then should we leave that out of the discussion?
글쎄,
Yoon tilted her head and paused for a moment.
역시
This could actually hold a grudge too. I'm speaking from my own experience from Beloved.
어?
Did something happen?
아니야.
No major incident, nothing like that. But it's just that there were a lot of minor negative things.
그게
Would you call that a grudge? That's a little vague.
그러면
What about the staff? I should be careful when talking about them.
근데
Hacker, that doesn't sound very likely.
그게
That came out while considering the password access.
글쎄,
But it's not like they demanded money. Although some hackers tend to leak info just for the fun of it. Do you think we're making a wild guess? Yoon crossed her arms and touched her cheek with her finger.
들어봐.
They used an impersonator account to make an appearance, right? They seem disgruntled or even frustrated. A hacker who has nothing to do with us wouldn't go that far.
맞아요.
It's true that it doesn't sound very probable. We might want to leave out something that isn't probable.
내 생각엔
I think...
그게
I didn't even start.
일단은
Wait, I just want to go over one thing. Yoon covered her face with her hair. What are you doing? Yoon raised her head.
어?
Thinking, it's a habit of mine, you didn't know? No, it's my first time seeing you doing that.
그런가?
I see. Anyways, I've been thinking about it. Anyone out there could find our info if they are really determined to find it.
그런가요?
Out there?
예를 들어서
A private investigator, for example? Are you saying that Seonyeon hired a private investigator?
그게
Oh, it's just... God damn it, I hit my mic. A wild guess to expose who Seonyeon could be. That seems to widen a pool of suspects. Just forget what I said, it wasn't worth considering. Well, that was actually ridiculous, and I feel embarrassed.
그때
I was excited when I first received the watch.
그거야.
You like this kind of electronic devices.
어
I also happened to read a news article that said the watch was still in development.
근데
But they restricted many functions, so it wasn't easy to fully utilize it. If they had lifted the restrictions, we would have been able to use them better.
그래도
This one is much better than the first one they distributed during the first round of the finals. That watch was OMG.
그렇지.
OMG. Ah, that one sucked. We're only allowed to wear them on the show. They said they would tweak our watches, but now we know it was all about restricting some functions. Like, how would you use OMG then? If they were going to take it back, why did they give it to us in the first round? I think the idea was that we start wearing them at the start of the finals.
그럴까?
Maybe they were giving it to us. Fortunately, they let us use it personally during the second round.
그래요.
The top 7 left after 3 got eliminated from the first round,
결국
which means the 3 only got to wear them and turn them in soon after. What do you understand? Yoon tapped the watch with her fingernail. I didn't know I'd be relying on the watch like this. Regardless of its quality, it's the only thing that connects us with the outside world. Just a watch, okay. Okay, let's say. The plot was written by someone who found out about stuff as they were writing. You know what? You know what? I'll take that. Actually take that. That makes sense. I'll give you this. That makes perfect sense. There's a bunch of things that only make sense if you don't know about it and you have to research it in the moment because you think that other people don't know about it. Okay, let's end. Like, I have to change that because I have to change the setup for this shit. Okay. You know what? That makes perfect sense. It was written by someone who was doing research as they wrote. And not even like, oh, I do research as I write because I found out something that I didn't do research before, and now I have to research it while I'm writing and try to incorporate it because I forgot. I just forgot to investigate this, which was important. It's literally in the middle of it. Like a smartwatch seemed like the most incredible piece of technology to them and decided to make a game about it. Maybe? Like, I'm just losing it because like a smartwatch which has a phone which has like a camera in some versions is like, just get a phone. You can just get a phone. I get it that the joke here is that it's like, you know, for marketing, like they're using them as marketing, literally. Like it's a living ad. But like you can't tell me that they were prohibited to have phones on them on a regular basis. So like everything about this is just so confusing. Like the game takes place in 2018. It takes place in 2018. All of these people are at most 30. Like, what do you mean? So, yeah, no, like all of these kids are at least like are at most 30. It's 2018. They should like. How is Duyun so like technology literate? Like, it's fine if he writes like notation on paper. Like, I like writing on paper stuff. Like, people draw on paper still. It's not like you're gonna go digital for everything. But like, there's a bunch of stuff that makes no sense that the game has to explain to you. Like, just telling you, oh yeah, they use a VPN, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Like, I don't need to get it explained to me. We know what a VPN is. Like, no one is that, like, my dad is in his 60s and he knows what a VPN is, so my mom doesn't, but she's actually like technology illiterate. But like, there's older people who know what that is. Like, a lot of this game feels like someone who actually is to a level computer illiterate and just had to like write stuff on the fly. Like, there's a lot of it that makes no sense. But yeah, no, you know what? If the plot was written by someone who just found out stuff up while they were writing, that makes perfect sense. That actually makes perfect sense. Jesus Christ. Why is this game like this? I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm becoming the Joker. And that's why it's so boring. Obviously. Like, yeah, no, there's no place for actual drama. Like, again, this has potential. The worst thing is that this has potential. The characters are not like without potential. The setting is not without potential. It squanders its potential to the point that it's boring. Not even bad. Not even entertainingly shitty. Just boring. It's boring. The couple of moments where things got excited was like, we found a corpse. The bad ending with like Cell dying, and like the first time that Kiryu killed himself, which like he did a second time, which like they reused the assets and everything, like they used the CG. Finding Yu Yung dead, like that was kind of exciting in a sad way. Like the reveal of Seongyeon like seducing contestants, and apparently that being normal for her. Like, a lot of the interesting drama happens in like 2 seconds and then it never gets brought up again, and if it comes, it's for something else that like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like it matters. Like, the plot twists are like, you can see them from a mile away. God, this game. Anyway, that's gonna be everything for today, or else I'm gonna talk for like another hour about how many problems I have with this game. Tomorrow is something else. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll play that game where you own a cannibal restaurant. Well, it's not a cannibal restaurant in the sense that people know that you're a cannibal. It's more like you cook people for other people without telling them. It's like it's Sweeney Todd. It's Sweeney Todd, but it's a video game. Maybe I'll play that. I don't know. I'll think about it. But anyway, thank you for being here and for hearing me suffer and becoming the Joker the entire time. And also, I apologize for the little internet dying and or electricity dying incidents. They happen. And I'll see you tomorrow for something else, and then we'll hopefully finish this week. We have Friday and Saturday to finish it, so I hope that we finish it this week, or else I will die. Anyway, have a good rest of your day and a good start to your week, because it's Monday and that's when the week starts, supposedly. Some people say it starts on Sunday. I don't believe them. And I'll see you tomorrow for something else. Bye, everyone. Remember not to buy smartwatches. They're not good. Nobody fucking likes smartwatches. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Don't do that. Don't do that. Just buy a good phone.